Welcome, Wide Awakers and Goonies and everybody else that's here or not here. We've got 4 people, but welcome to those that are here. Reverend Hull, how are you doing? We've got a jam-packed day today, filled with I don't know what yet, because we had all these plans, but as you know, the best laid plans are mice and men and all of that, and being targeted individuals, things never play out the way that we want them to. So today is not the way I thought it was going to be, but we've got obviously Sarah, the very beautiful Sarah here, my co-host, and we're joined by Sven. I'm going to let Sarah say hello, and I'm going to let Sarah and Sven take over basically and say hello and make their introductions.
I just want to say Grand Risings, and it's about 4:20 here in Oregon this morning.
In the morning, should we just point that out, right? Sarah went to bed at like 8 o'clock so that she could have a little sleep and get up at 3:30 in the morning to be here live streaming with us now. So, you know, this is dedication. Dedication.
We're gonna make some moves, so that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah. And Sven,
I know. Please. Hello. Thank you for being here.
You're on mute, mate. You're on mute. You're on mute. You're muted.
I am.
Sorry.
Thank you for pointing that out by pointing your fingers. Otherwise, right. I would have been talking still and wouldn't have noticed. Yeah. Hi. My name is Sven, and thank you for having me on the show.
Our pleasure, mate. Our pleasure. And it has to happen, really, doesn't it? With what's going on, with everything that's going on. How things your end?
Not too bad. There's a lot going on here as well. You know, I've got a couple of bits and bobs that I'm sort of dealing with at the moment. That's more sort of private nature, but it's the last couple of years shows that certain things become complicated now to sort out because of the nature of what's been going on and everything. Things get complicated without me divulging too much because I don't want to bore people with my private life, but it's to do with my daughter who lives in a different country and all that sort of things. And the rules have changed now between countries and all that. So that gets complicated and blah, blah, blah. So there's all that sort of things that I'm sort of messing around and working out in my head, trying to get her over here to England and stuff back into the summertime. That's been occupying me a lot. And of course, the upcoming tour, which has been kind of occupying my mind a lot as well, because that's coming up soon, isn't it?
And how's that looking logistically and everything? Have you, you know, how's it looking?
Well, we have the dates. We have the people who want to partake. I think the only potential thing would be the actual fixed transport for the core group that are going to be going from location to location, but we're working on that. But everything else has changed, has not changed. It's remained the same, which means that Monday, the 11th of July, it will kick off. Not literally, we're not having a game of football in Plymouth. So there we go. That's nice, isn't it? Plymouth. Wasn't that the first place in America?
Funny place. Plymouth's a lovely place, actually. It's better than
Plymouth.
Portsmouth.
I've never been to Plymouth. Isn't that ironic? I've never been to Plymouth.
Plymouth's nicer than Portsmouth, I think.
But there's a lot of nice places that the tour are going, including a place called Bath, which is famous for its Roman baths.
Amazing.
Of course.
Bath, man, for mud flood stuff, you've got 3 different street levels. One's allegedly 2,000 years old, Roman times. One's from the 1700s, and then you've got the top level, which is modern day, and you can see the 3 different street levels. So I remember saying to my dad at the time when we were there, we went there because we took some American friends over to visit, so we did the whole sightseeing thing, and I really appreciated it. And I was saying to my dad, like, how does that happen? How does one street get built on top of another street? What, that's all dirt and dust and rubbish that's all built up over time. Didn't anybody ever sweep the road? Like, how does that happen? And then the conversation just ended there because he couldn't answer. His answer was accumulative detritus, basically. You know, just the accumulation of dust and dirt, and they wrote, you know, like, just think about that, Dad. You're getting back at home at one point, and your home's half full of dirt and dust and mud and shit. At what
Yeah.
point do you say, do you know what, lads? We need to build another street on top of this one because this one's getting a bit dirty.
Right. At what point do you phone your local council up and say, excuse me, Mr. Councillor or Mrs. Councillor, of course, we want to keep it politically correct, or maybe all the genders in between, who knows? So it could be half Mrs. Councillor, it could be 1/3 Miss Councillor, it could be Mr., it could be Uncle Mr. You don't know. So let's just say for
one that identifies as a wolf.
Sorry,
what was that, Sarah?
I was just laughing. I like that. We're in thirds now. That's good.
But what happens? What happens when if the councillor you're speaking to actually identifies as queer, as a dog or a cat or maybe a wolf? And
well,
then
maybe, but I would.
Or Mrs., is it?
I would be saying to the councillor on the phone, park those thoughts for a moment, young sir, because my basement windows are suddenly underground level. And you might want to review how you build your roads in my town, because I was getting up this morning to go to school and suddenly the bus stop is above my head. Right.
To be fair,
now that is, of course, you know what I mean?
To be fair, I'm not sure that they had, I'm not sure the
Buses.
councils were the same back in the 1700s, are they? Or back,
Do you not think
I
so?
don't know about back in Roman times. I know Roman times were quite strict with their, you know, keeping the.
Well, apparently in Roman times, they all wrote on slabs of clay, didn't they? So they must have wrote some cracking essays back then, 5,000-word essays and stuff when they were doing their exams. Must have been great to read. Great read. I would love to have gone into an old Roman library when you see all those shelves of clay slabs.
Yeah. And what about the Sunday paper, eh? What about the Sunday
amazing.
newspaper?
Hold that for me, love. Hold paragraph 1 for me. I'm just getting to sentence number 3 in paragraph 2.
What's that? Oh, it's all right. It's just, yeah, go on, back up, lads. Beep, beep, beep. It's just dropping off the Sunday edition.
That's right, yeah. Hang on a minute. Grab that other forklift for the sports page. Yeah.
Sarah, you've been sat there. You've been sat there very quiet. Just listening to us
No, please go on. No, I talk enough. That's the thing. We have a wonderful guest with plenty of interesting information to share, and you've already made me laugh, so that's good, because usually that, you know, I'm waking up still, so usually that doesn't come until a little bit later.
Right. And I'm not good at waking up either. It takes me a good couple of hours to get into the do we say groove still, or is that not very groovy word to say anymore? Am I losing it with the kids? Don't know.
To get in the groove, or
can we say groove? That's all right. Not quite. Is it very 90s? It's all right, yeah.
It's still good.
90s,
always been good.
Best times.
I'll go with groove. Because it's on the record, isn't it? On the old vinyl, we have a groove.
Yeah, exactly. So as I mentioned, today plans. It hasn't turned out how I thought it was going to turn out. We've got, excuse me. Obviously, we've advertised the Speaker's Corner thing this weekend, and Dave, Trinity 4, Dave, has gone down to Speaker's Corner as far as we're aware.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to be going live. I've sent him a link with a StreamYard link so that he can join us as and when he can, if he can. And unfortunately, Rox is unwell. She's not going to be able to make it out today. And our other co-host who was going to be here today, Tet, as well, has also experienced some personal issues cropped up, and he's not going to be able to make it either. So it's just us three. I'm glad.
Nothing against Roxanne and Tet for not being here. And I hope they're both getting better soon. By the way, so love and hopes from me to them. But this is all I need for the moment. Thank you very much, guys. This is marvelous. Absolutely fine. I'm overwhelmed enough.
No worries, man. Did you? So what were you weren't going down to London today?
No, I was never going down to London today because I had to be in and around the house over this weekend. Right.
See, because I got mixed up, didn't I? And I'm thinking that it's the launch of the tour. I'm thinking that everyone's going to be down there, and so that, like, I sent you the link and everything. I sent Dave the link, and then and you said, "Oh, I'll do my best," and I'm like, well, I bloody hope so, man. I thought this was, this is going to be a big thing. And then I realized that, oh no, this isn't the tour. This is just Speaker's Corner. So Sven probably wasn't even going to be there today, man. So it's brilliant, mate, that you're here.
No, that's all right. That's all right. All good, man. All good.
but I mean, yeah, like I said, hopefully Dave is going to catch up with us. We can actually, should we go and have a look and see what's going on his channel?
Yeah, he put a
Let's
video
see.
out earlier, didn't he? And he was on his way to Speaker's Corner, I do
Yeah.
believe, from a car. Yeah.
I just saw that. I didn't watch it, but
Yeah, I didn't watch it either.
yeah.
But don't tell him you didn't watch it, though.
Oh, I will. That's the thing. You know what? I keep it in queue. It's just because I was just getting up, and I feel bad because I had some emails I had planned to get back to this morning too. But I will. I have it queued up, just like you, Sven. I have your videos queued up, and I always make sure I'm getting better about comments now. So you'll probably
That's
see
very
me.
kind of you. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. But as you know, I'm one of the smaller sort of content creators online. I'm not that. I don't have a setup yet where I can sort of enhance it a bit and do more. I might do that eventually when I can get around to it. But you know, something like what Richie's doing or whatever yourself, and doing a very good job of it. Well, that's where I want to. That's what I want to sort of eventually do as well, and try and bring in my experiences of being on the street in terms of activism, and encompass that in future shows, you know, and try and add to what you guys are doing, because the more we have of those sorts of things going on, it can only be beneficial. Because I overheard Adam Meakin saying it when Richie, you sent me that minute clip, the short, and he was kind of explaining why he wants to do the tour, right? And that's exactly the thing. It's not about saving the world. We know that's not going to happen. We're not going to change the masses and all that.
No.
But if you've got some good information that you know is valid, it would be irresponsible to keep it to yourself, right? And as demos are a bit out, you know, you're not going to have a decent interaction in the form of a demonstration. We've done that the last 2 years, and we've had all sorts of experiences doing that. But now comes the time where we think the ground is fertile to actually sow those seeds and talk to people about where are you at with everything. Anyway, without preempting you there, I'm just going off on a tangent, but that's really, each me makes a great point.
That's good. And to lead by example, not only, you know, not to force like you're saying, on other people, but just to like hold it true to yourself and start taking the action of what's the world you want to see, what's the world you want to live in. And this conjuncts with what Richie and I, you know, our dream to have like a healing center, but really to have like a community. And I see that happening with a lot of us, is branching off and building these communities that we're talking about, and structuring society the way we see it, being active that way.
Right, the way we see it, that's the key bit, because I don't know about you guys, but I'm more than capable of getting up in the morning, having breakfast on my own, deciding for myself how to plan my day, what to wear, what to eat. I'm quite capable of that without some sort of authority channeling my thoughts and everything else and my movements on a daily basis, right? So, and I think it's important to bring over to people that it's okay to question stuff, and it's okay to not go along with things. It doesn't make you a dropout. It doesn't make you scum. It doesn't make you it doesn't effectively put you to the fringes of society necessarily at all. But if you're scared of that ridicule, then yeah, you're going to have a problem around that. Right?
I mean, the ability to, people should question the fact, you know, if people aren't questioning the fact that they've made it so difficult to question the narrative. They've made it they've vilified anybody that questions the narrative. They're doing their utmost to control it by silencing dissenting voices, by censoring people, by censoring any other narrative that doesn't sort of complement their narrative. And I mean, the thing is, one of the reasons why I decided to take a look at Trump again and reassess him with clearer eyes was because I realized, hang on a second, all of the mainstream media is absolutely hating on him. They've got nothing good to say at all. They're really, really, really like trying to destroy him. That's a bit weird. That's a bit weird why all of them, you know, are doing that. And then I realized how much of my own opinion was programmed, was still, even though I wasn't watching mainstream media and hadn't watched it since 2009, a lot of my opinions were still steered by what mainstream media had been telling me before I switched off to it.
Absolutely. And that unlearning bit is half the battle.
Yeah.
That unlearning bit, the indoctrination is there with everybody, right? It just is. I mean, you've got no chance. If you think about it, it's really perverted. You know, you've got no chance. At birth, you're already screwed, really. You're already born into a system that, if you're one of the lucky ones, you might wake up to somewhere along the line. And I say lucky ones a lot. I know some people who feel very overawed at being kind of, let's call it awake. I'm not too keen on that word, but let's just say that for argument's sake. But I find it a very liberating thing. I can live very well with knowing that the Earth is not a triangle and that the moon is definitely made of cheese.
Mr. Trinity 4. Dave, how are you doing, man?
That's not good enough.
How's it going, Dave?
You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, just about. It's a bit loud. I just had I just pulled this crowd right now. This guy here has just stolen my crowd, but this is my crowd right here. Hey, and there's DNHC. Hey.
Brilliant.
We're not alone. Okay, we got this. Remember this?
Yes. Nice.
Hey, how you going?
Yeah.
What? Yeah. You? Durban. You?
Next door.
Lekker, man. Oh. Dave. Cliffhanger.
It's a gorgeous day there, mate.
Flat earther.
What?
A flat earther.
No, but I love the hockey.
Everyone does.
Have you found any proof? Yet? I mean that you live on a globe. I'm trying to turn this thing around. Why can't I turn it around?
We were just going to watch your video.
So I actually just went on a complete rant here with you. Beautiful. I'm sorry, I wasn't recording. So
Somebody's
Can you hear me
being
now?
quite loud. What are they speaking about there?
I can't turn this around for some reason. I'll just turn around this way. So yeah, I had called these guys. Did you enjoy that? Good.
Did you know that, girl? You have no sin cast the first stone. Without Jesus Christ as the Savior of our sins.
Okay.
We are our own.
Okay. So
I did
Speaker's
some
Corner
cooking here, but
kind
this
of
is what it all started. There was no one here.
I don't know if I was right or not. That's what I heard. Listen,
Yeah.
it's not
Is
about.
that you done that?
It's a
I know you like to get the chalk out, Dave. Is that you that's done that?
No, why the flat earth matters? The flat earth matters, brother, because it shows people how much the system has controlled us, how much power it has. Because if they can fake the globe for the last 100, 200 years, if they can really fake the globe, then what else have they faked? What else? Even the Bible has been faked. Even the Bible has been tainted. What happened to the Apocrypha? We lost the book of Enoch. Lost the book of Enoch. We lost the book of Enoch.
Well said. Well said.
I will go live on my channel in a little while, but I just got here and I thought, you know what, I'm just going to start it. Put this up.
No worries. Listen, Dave. If you can hear us, we'll keep an eye on your channel.
And that one boy, that one guy, from the last 3 years ago. I can't remember there. You'll remember him, maybe. These guys are working out their strategies. I forget his name now, but he's very clever, very good speaker. So, got him to look out for. That guy over there, I used to get the 3 guys that came in studio to heckle me, right? I recognise him. I had him a few times at Westminster. Oh, really?
I am God.
So many guys that he found a guy and he was all circle around him. He's great. When I just started jumping and Nicky proud. Oh yeah. Nick, my crowd. You can tell, folks. I was just saying, I pulled this crowd in, and then, but I can't talk like for 25 minutes, you know, like that. I have to take a break because it's quite full on. But that was a good little rant.
It's a lot of energy expended.
Yeah. It's Speaker's Corner. It's Speaker's Corner. So
So it looks good, man. It's a beautiful day there today. It's a beautiful day for Speaker's Corner, man.
yeah, I'm with these guys on it. Yes.
No. Yes.
But it does seem like Speaker's Corner's reverted back
Words
to
of
what it
wisdom.
was before.
Yeah.
No. Your word. And this is the weakness of taking religion, is that you have to give to a higher power, a higher man who is here, not that God, Allah, creator, actually is directly in contact with you. There is no break between you and
Go ahead,
Allah. You are one with Allah. Muhammad was saying that, peace be upon him. Jesus was saying that too. That you are. That you are. Jesus will judge.
That guy's going to be saying, "Get thee behind me, Satan."
No. Let's come.
Well, maybe this is it. This is it. This is Allah coming, right? This is it. So
You need to get yourself a step stool.
you can see the problems are deeper than just flat Earth.
Did the
You
Bible
know.
say Jesus was born of a virgin?
You should ask him what his thoughts are about the shape of the earth. If he's quoting scripture.
Why do you keep
Talk
saying
about
that you know
Egyptian
who
gods
Jesus is?
literally-
Sorry, I'm just going to mute Dave up a sec there, because what was that, Sarah?
Oh, I was just commenting along with things and asking, telling him to ask him what he thinks about some of these Egyptian gods, like Horus dying and rising 3 days later.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Horus and Isis and or Osiris or whoever it is.
And Ra,
Answer this question,
son of
please.
God.
Why do you call God Father if you are not his son? Why would you call God Father if you are not his son or his daughter? Because you are the sons and daughters of the Creator. You are the sons. This is your universe. Do not let books and old men steal your crown of sovereignty, because each of us is king and queen here. Each of us is king and queen.
I'm nearly ready for a little rest on my throat. I need a little bit more chalking too. You'll see I've got some large ones. I'm not bragging.
Nice. Nice. Get chalky, Dave.
Yeah. No, that's it's Speaker's Corner. Roll with the blows, man. But I can pull it up again. I know. Yeah, they came and stole my patch. That's right. They saw a good crowd, you know. But he's a pro, that guy. He's a pro. And look how the size of his ladder. He needs it. Yeah, I told him up for his snake boots. I mean, I killed a beautiful snake in South Africa, and I was like, well, I'd love to keep the skin somehow and give it to someone who could use it. But it was a super deadly snake, or venomous. It has enough venom in one bite to knock down 4 men, kill them. It was only a meter or two from my baby boy. At the time when we spotted it, it was like, I'm gonna have to take this one out. Anyway, I'm just gonna quickly throw something on the road here. Let's just say hello from Flat Earth. Oh, you can you see that?
Yeah.
There we go.
There's a nice size chalk. It's really useful for the quick hit. The quick hit, like this. Is the coverage, and then a lot of people will notice it, hopefully. There's a concert going on here today, by the way, in a little while. If I get this down before the old build turns up, I won't be able to say much because it's down. And you can do small ones as well, just a little bit of guerrilla action there, just to catch one or two. You know, I really encourage people to do this. It's not vandalism. Old man in Glastonbury grumbled at me the other day, but you know, he was having a bad day, and
if it was paint,
relationship with food, things like that.
If it was paint, you could understand they might.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you guys. I don't even know if you're actually playing this through in your channel. But for those listening,
we can hear you.
I think it's been more than 2 years.
2.5 years, and quite a journey for me since I was last in speakers. You know, we got to quite a high, and then it all went tits up before COVID. How you going, brother?
We got 2 tours in before COVID,
Let's
man.
do this. Yeah, you
2
get it
tours
in my
before
face.
COVID.
Yeah, we need to inject some energy into the shit. You know, people are, I don't know. We'll see. I will say that London looks super busy today. I might post some little clips later on. Earth is flat. Have a good day, brother. You agree? Peace be with you, man. All right. Earth is flat, ladies. You should know that. We don't live on a globe. Things would fall off a ball.
Not
It
like
makes
your
sense.
chest.
Um,
Sorry, I just saw a couple of beach balls then.
I could put you. I have been talking about this a bit, so this is really important. I think it's part of our, you know, going on from where what flat Earth taught us to electromagnetic, electromar from mother, magnetic.
I think
I like
that's
this talk. Universe. You and
for
I.
me.
Verse.
For me, flat Earth is kind
Need
of
some
just a
water.
label
I really
about the
tough
fact
with
that it's a lie.
my little go there. Hey guys, should look into this. We can't live on a globe. That's all a lie. To make you think you come from monkeys. It's all a lie.
I want to be monkey cousins.
Yeah. So there's going to be a lot of people coming through here today, and yeah, hopefully, you know, you think about the millions and millions of people on Earth. It's like, wow, you're hitting such a tiny demographic, but and so you can't necessarily expect this to, you know, to change things. And even then, I suppose the religious dude, he doesn't really want to face up to it.
It annoys me that religious people don't actually don't face up to it and won't question, especially when the script
I'm glad you're not there. It's a bit noisy.
Especially when their scriptures
Someone with a
state clearly
trying to drown the guy out.
A level playing.
I think, I mean, part of the reason why I started researching before I found flat Earth was to try and understand the religious differences, you know, and why we would live in a world, what God would create religions in competition with each other. You must take Jesus. No, you don't have to take Jesus as the one. I'm going to borrow one of these actually. I've brought this whole crowd here, and they're right over my banner now. Maybe I can join in.
Going in their peripheral vision.
That worked out extra well.
Seeing it. And it's associated with somebody talking about God.
By the way, that's my wife and son. What a journey they've been on to be here. What a journey. Massive. Unbelievable. I got my flyers here, by the way. Use them. I got that the right way up. Sorry, guys. That's my flyer.
Cool.
Might get some of those out.
Those are great.
Just make sure before it gets too busy here, because once it gets busy, too many of the old system thugs turn up. Thugs, there's probably not kind on them, but oh man. They showed them their colours, didn't they, at the end of the day? Last couple of years.
You really need to get some earphones, Dave.
Oh, you know what? This phone doesn't. I heard you say that. This phone doesn't support earphones, but I maybe I can get a Wi-Fi set and a mic. But anyway, I've got to sort this shit out. We're going on tour soon, eh?
Yes, we are, Dave.
It's just so that you can
and
hear us better.
I am so like I'm game for it, you know. I've walked over coals, man. My feet are hard.
Mine too.
I was gonna say, everybody see how Dave's barefoot right now? Take note.
Yeah. Barefoot. connecting with, obviously on tarmac right now, so there's a little bit of a barrier, but if he goes and walks on the grass, he's going to be grounding. I mean, he is grounding much better than he would be wearing shoes. So yeah, definitely take note, people.
And yet it's such a great album, isn't it, Rubber Soul? Such a great album. Funny that.
This is a big one.
It is.
I know you guys might have some people watching on this severely sold on the flat earth theory. Oh, bye.
Has he managed to retain the crowd? Has he managed to retain the crowd that you brought, that you managed to gather?
Helps to break that relationship, that bond of trust with the system. Not for everyone, you know. Some people still know the earth is flat and get caught up with the fluke. Here's another one. How did that thing get in there?
Dude, can you hear me, Dave?
Okay, guys. Let me go and heckle this guy a little bit, and then I'll cut this stream. Go and have a little break, and then I'll rejoin the fray. Can't believe it. What would happen if
No, I don't want to.
you don't want to talk about it? All right, no worries. You can stay as you are for the rest of your life, or you can change to flat earth. Hi.
Hi.
If
Are you guys having some questions about this?
No, you're such a baby.
Oh, of course. Awesome. Thanks.
So yeah, question everything. What you experience.
I mean, I started this crowd and it's stolen from me. But I'm going to
Over the horizon, and it's gone out to the right side, but with a good telescope or a good camera, it's back again. You can see it. That lens is looking over a curve. It's due to perspective, how your eye works. So it's a whole new learning experience, finding out all this stuff.
a whole
Yeah,
new
I'm coming.
learning curve. It's a learning
gonna
curve.
come this way.
I can see the curve, the learning curve. So, Dave, can you
Okay,
hear
guys.
us?
I'm going to take a little break with my boy. I think some of the shouting kind of intimidated Odysee a bit there. He was a bit back from that, but it did get a little louder than I expected. It was quite cool. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. And,
If you,
of
so
course, I got a
look,
little bit far. And actually, yeah, did you see that other guy come there? Roxanne will remember him from 2018 or 2019. Forget his name now. But yeah, I'm just going to go and do a little break, and I'll go live on my channel in 15 minutes or so.
cool.
So I hope that's been useful. Oh, Sven, I didn't even know you were there, my friend. I hadn't been looking at the screen. It's been a bit dark.
How you doing, Dave, my friend? You all right?
I'm all right, mate. Yeah, let's see if we can turn up the volume.
Good.
Anyway,
man.
yeah, I'm
Good to
doing
see
good,
you.
man.
Good to see you, mate.
Shame you're not here, but there's definitely more to come in
Yeah.
July. So make sure if you're in near one of those areas, come and do something, you know, or come and join us. Hoping a few
Who,
more
me?
flatties will turn up today. I didn't do an awful lot of promo, so I guess I'm going to keep my expectations modest. Perhaps not the same excitement as there was 4 years ago, but people have been through the tumble dry, haven't they?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, they have. We'll catch up, Dave. We'll catch up with your channel. We'll when you go live on your channel, we'll
hey.
make sure we tune in and see what's going on.
Oh, how are you? Long time no see. How you been? Good. Remind me on it. Oh. Hello. And Andrea and Zizi. Richie and Sven.
Hey guys.
Cool. Well, pull up a few. I just wanted to say goodbye to them anyway. So there you go. I was talking, and two flatties turn up. So
Cool.
and
Right, mate.
of course got Dean HD over there and his partner, his friend. So that's cool. It's a modest start, and hope for a really exciting July. Sorry, Richie, about your channel, by the way. I meant to say that.
Don't worry about it.
I know how that feels. So,
Yeah,
if you're
exactly.
listening to this, give me a sub. Catch up with you later on. Yeah?
Cool.
Good
Cheers,
weekend.
Dave. We'll catch up with your live stream
Cheers,
when
guys.
you go live. We'll
See you
catch
later,
up.
mate.
That was interesting. A sort of a one-way conversation. Dave really needs to invest in some earphones, man. Just some cheap earphones for that. Because when you're out live, it's just going off trying to hear the loudspeaker when you're out and you're holding the phone here and you've got all this ambient noise going on. You can't hear what's being said, can you? It's not.
No.
But
And
when
it's tricky.
Yeah,
It's tricky because you've got your own stuff to concentrate on, and then also you're trying to keep your peripheral vision intact because you want to see what's going on around you. He's got his family with him as well, so he's got that to keep an eye on. And then you've got planks there who are trying to antagonize as well. You've got all sorts of things going down because that's what Speaker's Corner is renowned for, right? That you've got people there who are there for the show aspect, not Dave and us, but I'm on about some people who go there to view. It's like a freak show for a lot of people. So you've got a lot of that to contend with.
What are we going to do this weekend? Oh, let's go down Speaker's Corner, man. Have you seen
Let's
that,
have a
don't
laugh
you?
down to Speaker's Corner. See
He's
what the freaks
talking
are
about
talking
the
about.
earth being flat.
Right.
I think it's cool.
Yeah, excuse me a second. Stop it. Just stop it. I'm not going to tell you again.
Please.
He always talks to me like that, Sarah. He always talks to me like that. It's really bad. I must brush up on my behaviours.
All I can feel is his body getting shaking like this. Where he's chewing on his back, like he's chewing here so much. He chews all the fucking, like he's a little nutter. I don't know why. It's like you just stop, and he knows he shouldn't do it because as soon as I say stop it, he goes.
Why do you think he's doing it? Oh, he's wiggling. No, something's bothering him, and it's his skin.
Yeah, it's something. I don't know if it is some sort of irritation or allergy.
He's not doing it because he wants to. He's doing it because he has to. Because it's like an itch. You got to itch.
I don't understand why he started doing it again because he wasn't doing
what did he have?
Like, I stopped him doing it.
Did you switch his food?
No. Nothing's changed. That's why I don't get it. Nothing's changed. I stopped it, and just in the last few weeks, he started doing it again. But nothing's changed.
Anything in the air?
Nothing has changed.
Okay, it could be spring allergies. It could be something bloomed, and it's irritating him. It could. Just don't stress about it if you can. That's my advice. But
I'm just worried. It's just like he's chewing his ass raw, man.
Well, you know that my dog is almost 18, Sven, and she's got a cyst that they won't remove, and it's very irritating for her. And unfortunately, she wants to lick at it, and then she breaks it open. So you'll see me deal with that sometimes, and then I'll go over there. It's like, can you please stop today? Can you just I know, but I just ask her now because it won't stop it from happening. But I feel like there's a better energy balance between us. So now when I ask her and I just make a certain energy move towards her, it stops.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway,
I mean,
that's what we talk about today. Not about dogs licking their bones.
They've all got fleas. That's the thing. All three of them have got fleas, and I can't afford the treatment.
Oh.
That doesn't help.
Okay, Richie,
we'll
talk
on his ass. I can't see any fleas on his ass. I don't ever see any fleas on him. I see
because they hide when you try to look for them. It's very hard. Do you see debris, little black bits?
No, I don't on him, but I see it on Alfie. And earlier today, I actually saw one crawl across fucking Ruby's head. Like in between the fur, I saw a little fucker go. So I was like, oh, you've got fucking fleas as well. And also, he ripped, I don't know how he did it, but somewhere along the walk, he ripped his collar off, his flea collar. He had a flea collar. So, or fighting or something, So, yeah.
Okay.
Anyway.
You and I'll talk. I got some advice. I got some cheap stuff. We'll talk about it later. Flea stuff, because I actually this is something I like to talk about because my mom is so freaked out. There's too many ants in the house, right? And so she's got ant traps everywhere. but it's not solving the problem. It's because we actually have to learn, if we learn to actually have a little bit more of a balance with nature, we wouldn't have these problems. If you create an environment for those ants to go, or you restrict them with like mint, you can actually plant mint, which is invasive, so you've got to be careful that you don't let it go crazy if that's not what you want, but it's going to help deter these animals. So I set off, like, I had a flea infestation in my apartment, and I set off 5 of these bombs, they call them. They're like chemical bombs, and they just spray, you know, chemical in the air, and you have to leave your house and everything. You have to cover certain things. You can't have them exposed. You can't come back in for a certain amount of time, right? I did it 5 times, and this was a long, long time ago. Didn't touch the fleas, I swear to God. And these fleas were like, it got so bad, they were jumping up my leg. I could see them, you know, if I had white socks on. Oh my God, it was ugh. And you know how I ended up getting rid of them was borax. I took borax and I sprinkled it everywhere, all over the floor. And then you have to get it in the cracks because that's where the fleas live. And it's cheap, you know. You use it as laundry detergent. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar. This is you're on mute, by the way, Richie. Richie, you're on mute. Can't hear you.
I think it works with cockroaches as well.
Exactly, because it suffocates the exoskeleton, and that's why it's so effective. And it's actually just like a sodium bicarbonate. Can't say it. But and it was something I could have around the animals. You know what I mean? It's not something you have to be stressed about. And it took a while, but the flea infestation was so bad. It was a series of sprinkling, vacuuming. Anyway, this is off tangent, but I think it is important that we stop getting so freaked out about pests, because I kind of remind people, it's like, we're pests too, technically. You know, we came into this land and like bulldozed it and expected these animals to just, you know, casually live alongside of us. And
it's funny you say that, Sarah. It's funny you say that, because I'm not. My room, this whole apartment, like not just my room, every room, the kitchen, everywhere is infested with cockroaches, and we can't get on top of it. And when I moved from my old room, which was infested because it had like the access from outside, there were splits in the wall, and it was really bad. But they'd nested in so much of my stuff that when I moved everything over here, because I didn't go through every single bag and empty because it was just too much. It was like, God, fuck, just move everything across. So now this room is infested with bloody cockroaches, and I've got the fleas. So like, there's no girl that would ever come around here and want to stay, because you can be I'll be sat here on the sofa and I feel something on my arm and I look down and it's a flea. And I'm like, little fucker, got it, and I'll squash it and kill it. So there's fleas in this that's on the sofa. There's fleas have gone and infested everywhere, and there's cockroaches. Like, I've woken up. It's not as bad in this room as it was the other room. I'd wake up regularly, once or twice a night, because a cockroach was crawling over me or crawling over my face or something, and I'd wake up in the morning and there were dead cockroaches in the bed where I'd rolled over and squashed them in the night. But they're the indoor cockroaches, they're not the outdoor ones. They're indoor ones. They don't live in the drains, they don't live in the sewers, they live here in my room. They were born here in my room.
Get for breakfast?
And they eat the dog food. Like they basically eat the dog food and the cat food, which I have to have out. And there's all, you know, I probably leave crumbs.
Because that,
I'm not the cleanest of people. I'm a bit of a slob, so I do leave food out sometimes. Well, and it's just like, do you know what? This is a little ecosystem for them, and I'm part of this ecosystem. Yeah, and I've made it very clear. I've made it very clear with my consciousness. I've put it out there, and I've said, none of you are welcome. If I see you, I will kill you and obliterate you. Just know this. So if any of you are conscious in this room, know that I will destroy you if I see you. You're not tolerated in this room. So I'm just letting you know now, so there's no bad karma against me for killing you every time I see you. They're so easy to kill, though. You just go like that, and they break in half because they're really, their exoskeleton is not, it's not like the American cockroaches, the big fuckers that live in the sewers. Those things, you can cut them into quarters. I've done it. You cut them into quarters, and each quarter still lives. Each quarter is still going for it. Like, it's like, well, if you cut a cockroach's head off, and I think this applies to the small ones as well. If you cut their head off, the head will live for like 3 days afterwards.
No joke. A spider just a tiny little spider just dropped down right in front of me, and I was like, "Whoa, what the hell?" He's like, and he's going back up to, I don't have no problem with spiders. Actually, I think I saw one of those Asian hornet. What do they call those that they freaked us all out with? Now we gotten all into insects. This is hilarious. We'll change subjects, Sven. I'm sorry.
You go.
Sven's just sat there like,
I'm always willing to learn about all sorts of topics.
Man. I was just going to say, what are your thoughts on creepy crawlies, Sven?
Yeah,
I think they're quite tasty. You can add them to your salad. You can have them with a bag of chips. I think they're nice.
Would you deep fry a cockroach?
I wouldn't even bother deep frying it. I think the protein is best in its original form. So yeah, bit of crunch. No ketchup or anything like that, because that's got cockroach bits in the ketchup, hasn't it? You don't want to add cockroaches to your cockroach. So
well, I'd be more worried about the fetal aborted fetus bits that are in there than the fucking cockroaches, man.
Or we might have to run that past Congress, see if we can get some laws changed.
Yeah. And that's the thing is that's not a joke either, because
cockroach versus cockroach.
It's been proven that there's certain companies like Nestle and Cadbury and certain companies that are using this particular flavor enhancer that was developed from aborted baby fetuses.
There's all sorts of stuff, mate. Yeah, that's.
I actually had crickets and grubs, really tiny little grubs. Long time ago, I was in 6th grade. I personally felt like he was a really cool science teacher because he took us mushroom hunting too. And
magic mushrooms.
And he actually had so we did talk about those, but no, we were in 6th grade, so we were looking for ones we could go back into the lab and cook up, because he had like a little lab, and so we ate crickets, and all he did was real simple, like a tiny bit of oil, and the crickets were like meh, because I'm really weird with texture, but the grubs were really, really little. And they tasted like popcorn. And then we had octopus. We had octopus, and it was he was trying to expose us to culture a little bit. So I kind of get it, and that's why I kind of feel like, to be honest, I feel like the bug thing is to freak us out a little bit, to make us think that like we have to eat. It's like we don't get meat, or we don't, we have to eat all these bugs to like compensate for it. And I think it's just a matter of finding a balance, and it's not going to be an issue. But I'm not like, don't get me wrong, I'm not ready to go eat. Plus, they're going to be lab created. They're going to be genetically modified that way. That's what really bothers me at the end of the day. But I just don't necessarily, because like they, you talk about it, like survival classes, they teach you to hunt for grubs and stuff in the forest so that you actually can find sustenance if you need it, or to find roots too. But
roots, I was going to say roots and berries.
Don't they teach the Navy SEALs that kind of survival tactics? So like if they're out,
I was really impressed when I saw that they teach that to the children in, where was it that Martin Liedtke went?
Czech Republic.
Yeah,
right?
The Czech Republic. Yeah, he went to Prague or something, didn't he? And all that. And they teach the children that there. They teach them how to forage.
Yeah.
Have you ever foraged, Sven?
I used to be in the Scouts for many years, actually, when I was a kid. So
awesome.
we also did what there used to be a badge you'd get in the Scouts that depicted a panda bear on it, and it was the highest award you could get as a Boy Scout back in the day. This is going back to the 80s. Give my age away a little bit, but and
I was a scout
it was
in
a
the
world.
90s.
It was called a World Conservation. So if anybody's freeze framing this photo, no, I'm not part of the Illuminati. So it was so
World
basically
conservation.
it was a world I don't know if that's a symbol. Is that a symbol? I'm going to get into trouble with that, aren't I? If I do that, I'll be in trouble. So the World Conservation Badge is like a circular badge with a panda bear, and it was the highest accolade you could get to Cub Scout. And part of that was working out how to build like a little drainage system if you wanted to be self-sufficient, right? And how to gather rainwater. Wasn't illegal in those days to gather rainwater, and all that sort of stuff. That's when the Russians were on our doorstep. Oh, they're on our doorstep again. Oh my God, look at that. The narrative's repeated itself. Oh, silly me. Anyway,
the narrative, whether they're
the
actually on our doorstep or not.
Anti-Russian narrative.
The anti-Russian narrative. The bad, nasty red commies.
That's right. Beware of the red under the bed, we were always told when I was growing up in the military.
Yeah.
The red under the bed. So you literally had to worry that someone was speaking Russian using your toilet in your house or something like that, right? But anyway, getting back to the World Conservation Badge. And the World Conservation Badge involved doing stuff like what you're talking about. How to live off the land. Like, let's say you're in the forest. How would you live? How would you start a fire if you don't have a lighter and it's raining?
Yeah.
You know, stuff like that people take for granted. How would you open a tin of beans if it doesn't have one of those opening rings? You don't have a tin opener. Not that they grow on trees, but just for argument's sake, you know, how to think outside of your normal everyday, oh, I'll survive because the shops are open kind of mentality. But what if the shops aren't open one day? What are you going to do? You know?
I mean, I've been in this, not in a survival situation, but in a situation where I had a tin of, like, all we've had is baked beans and no fucking tin opener. Oh man, he's got a knife, and you just find that the sturdiest knife you can, and just do it slowly.
And the palm of your hand at the same time, trying to push it into the tin and stuff. Yeah.
I was thinking with like a rock. You just getting.
I've lost it, and I need to find it. But somewhere I've got a tin opener. It's the only tin opener that I could find in the local in the supermarket. But it's just this little. It's like this big, and it's got a little sharp bit on it, and it's the same principle. Like, you have to twist it and slowly cut through. It takes a little bit longer to open the tin, but it's a tin opener, and there's no bits on it that will fail. There's no cog or wheel or anything. It's purely, it's like the one that you get on your penknife, you know, like the tin opener that you get on your Swiss Army or your Victorinox penknife. It's that principle, where it hooks on and slices, and then you move it and slices, move it, slices.
So when you were talking about what you were talking about with Martin being over in the Czech Republic and the kids learning that sort of stuff at school, I think that's something that you should be introducing in all schools worldwide anyway. I'll give you another interesting example how they do things slightly differently in different countries. In Germany, for example, I lived in Germany for over half my life. So I'm 49. I've lived there for about 25 odd years altogether. And for example, if you do a driving test in Germany, before you're allowed to apply to do driving lessons, you have to do a 2-day first aid course, and you have to pass it as well. And only once you've passed your first aid course, then you then send that with your photos and your application into the DVLA in Germany, and they then process it and say, yes, you can start lessons to learn how to drive. And you also have to learn how to drive on a motorway and how to drive in the dark. And they take you through certain weather conditions as well. It's all part of the curriculum. So basically what I'm saying is everyone in Germany who has a driver's license is first aid trained. Now that is not a difficult thing to introduce into your society to also enhance people's knowledge, not just in terms of what do you do if someone's struggling, what would you do, but also to know what to do, to understand a bit more about the human body and how it works.
Because people, sorry.
Yeah, go on, sir. No, go on.
I was going to say, this is what we talk about with where Western medicine does have some credibility because they created really good like first aid type techniques, like on the hand trauma type techniques. And exactly, we need to be, because it's actually not that difficult in some cases to stop somebody from bleeding out and saving their life, and even stifling an infection, because there's so many herbal like things that you would think is a weed. We constantly contribute to a weed, but it actually is a more powerful antiseptic than what we're getting from Big Pharma.
Well, even things like even, sorry to interrupt there, but just before I forget, because I do have a memory like a goldfish. So even see, I've already forgotten. Go on.
Oh, welcome.
I'm being serious. I actually.
Listen,
You're at home here. Me and Richie. It's like if there's something with our aura, like we just, you know what it is. There's so much to talk about. We get so excited. Okay, so I was talking about
all these thoughts bouncing off each other. That's what it is. All these thoughts bouncing off each other.
Yeah. And don't be surprised when we go to hang up later that we talk for an extra 30 minutes. So be prepared for that.
Or an hour.
I'm good with that. But we were talking about a particular point because I was going to get to a point. Go on, Sarah. Sorry.
We were talking about Western medicine and trauma, where like first aid, like preventing someone from bleeding out, that helps. Right.
Now, and then a good point also to remember is even just learning not to panic in certain situations. Even that as a ground principle, like as a kid, you're told when a fire alarm goes off, when you do practices, what's the one thing the teachers always shout? Don't run. You know, you walk in single file, everybody stays calm, blah, blah. Now, if you get that thought process into people's minds, then they won't slow down with their car taking photographs of a bad car accident. They'll actually think about being of benefit to that situation. Right, either by ignoring it and driving on, or by actually helping, whichever way, right? But to do it from a calm perspective, and a lot of people don't have those social skills because they're simply not taught. They're not getting it from home because the parents are too busy doing whatever they're doing, or their guardians, whatever, right? And of course, the schools then become social services because the kids are shoved in there to basically learn everything, including parenting or being parented. And of course, but they're not learning the important stuff that would stand you in pretty good stead for when you're grown up. We know the arguments, right? We know that we shouldn't be learning half the stuff or most of it that we're learning at school, and we should really be learning about how to handle debt when you're in a debt-based society, what a mortgage means, what a credit card means, etc., etc., etc. Of course, we don't learn any of that, do we?
The only thing that we learn at school that would possibly be of any use to us is learning to read and write and spell, except that's something that can be taught at home. It doesn't have to be taught in school. And maths. And that doesn't need to be taught at school. That
and only some maths
at home. Yeah,
only some
basic
mathematics.
Maths. We don't need to learn quadratic equations and shit like that. You just need to learn basic adding, subtracting, multiplication, division, understand about fractions and, you know, ratios and things like that. And that's it. The rest of it, if they're not going to teach us real history, then history is no use. Because what they teach us is propaganda and bullshit narrative to uphold their story, to keep us in line. So history, out the window. Science is only going to be any good to you if you want to be a fucking scientist. So that should be something that people choose to take. And then they can be taught physics, chemistry, biology in separate, not like the way they do it in British secondary schools now, where they've put it into the double science award. When I was in private school, it was English, chemistry, it was physics, chemistry, and biology. One day science was physics, one day science was chemistry, one day it was biology. But there were separate classes. But when I went to secondary school, it was all, you know, chucked into one. It was just a big fucking mission. What are we doing today? Oh, we're going to do a bit of biology today. We're going to do a bit of chemistry today. They weren't actually split into separate subjects. It all became one. So,
sorry, Sarah.
I was actually going to say, Sherry said in the chat that you might have been talking about natural painkillers. And I'm thinking, were you talking about like a weed? Because I forgot we were talking about weeds on the side of the street, or not on the side of the street, but in the field, like common
antiseptics.
I was talking about antiseptic. Are you going to mention something about a natural painkiller like that? I know there is one, and I can't think of the name right now. Here's my phone.
There's more than one. There's actually more than one. But the thing is, why they're not promoted is because all they do is kill pain. They don't make you high. You know, they don't give you an altered experience of reality. They just take away pain.
this. Sorry, go ahead, Sven. I didn't mean to interrupt what you were just talking about because I just went back and changed the subject.
Sarah,
wanted
you're not expecting me to remember what I said about 30 seconds ago, are you?
Nope. Nope,
That's
we're good.
30 seconds. I mean, 3 seconds is bad enough, but 30, we're pushing it now.
You're good. Please. All right.
Oh,
so,
no, all good, all good.
But we were talking about indoctrination in school, and that it is very clear we are not taught key survival techniques. It's all about we're being cued in to live in this industrial society, inevitably become cyborgs at this point. So
it's one of the main points. It's one of the main points I want to talk about when I go on the tour. Is one thing that will connect a lot of people is children, because either they've been kids themselves, or they have kids, or they have family members who have kids, whatever. But children connect us all, right?
Yeah,
and it's something that we
as well.
Well, it's something we even approached on the Global Eye Tour in Europe I remember when we were in Oslo, and Simon Dan sent one of his Smurfs to come and greet us there.
Yeah.
I spoke to a couple of ladies who were there with their kids because they had like a lantern procession. It was the opening of the Christmas tree. We didn't even realize in Oslo. And we started talking to them, not about the shape of the earth, but about how we're kind of controlled from birth, right? And they were in agreement as soon as you started talking about it off camera, nice and relaxed and just chilled. And, I have a kid too kind of thing, and get that empathy going and everything else. And that, those identifications going, because that's important. Because otherwise the communication doesn't work. If it's a you and them scenario, it becomes difficult. But if you hook into each other and find that common ground, then any conversation works, any. And indoctrination of kids through indoctrination systems, which is what we essentially have, is key for me. Because if the parents can't do it at home, well, the schools are lapping it up. They love it. That's exactly what they want. They want to occupy the parents as much as possible so the kids fall into their hands. That's a lovely byproduct.
And they're
basically saying it. They're saying it as well. They're basically stating that the children are not property of the parents. Basically, the children, the parents are like in America, where if parents are disagreeing with what their kids are being taught, they're being investigated by the FBI for being potential internal. What's the word? Terrorists. That's
where it's heading, isn't it? Yeah.
We
have it here in England. We have it here in England with a document that came out a few years ago called Action Counters Terrorism. And what it was called ACT. And it was given to the local public, the police here in this county, very open about it, talking about if you notice a change in any of your family members, or if they're spending too much time away with new friends, let us know. There's nothing wrong. You're protecting your friends. It's like, what? People aren't informed around it.
But it's like 1984 was an actual documentary portraying the future. It wasn't speculation. It wasn't fiction, because they've already created the Ministry of Truth. They're already encouraging children to rat on their parents. We're there. They're already rewriting history.
Even pushing this dystopian in movies, like I was gonna say HAL, but not that one. There's that THX movie. It's like Robert Duvall's. It's a really old movie. I want to say it's from the 70s, and they take medication. And it's weird. He's watching holographic porn to get off, and he has a partner, but they have to take medication every day to dampen their emotions. It's very Brave New World. If you guys read that Odysee.
I think I kind of know the movie you're on about.
They've been pushing that, and that's what's kind of interesting to me, because it's a lot of us that are awake, that was sort of a trigger for moving forward. We don't want to end up that. We don't want to. That's exactly what we want to steer away from. So why would they give us all of that in such a Hollywood production?
Is it that
to create it ourselves with our own mind?
Is it that way though, Sarah? Is it that way that most people don't want that? See, this is where I get back to that point I was making earlier about how cars slow down to video film a car accident that's happened, right? Instead of either helping or moving on so the police gain access or the ambulances can gain access, right? So
it's like the YouTuber that stands there filming somebody having a mental breakdown and smashing things up and not trying to get involved in any way. They're just stood there filming it, you know. But like in America, they filmed that woman go in and go mental and start throwing all the stuff off the shelves and go like screaming, and they're just stood there filming it. And there's loads of people stood around just filming. That's all they're doing is filming it. It's like, wow.
That's what they do. And people are generally narcissistic, right? They are. Let's have it right. It's a real big problem.
We've all got a narcissistic trait in us. All of us have a mild narcissistic trait in us, but society has encouraged narcissism.
Yeah, of course.
So now you've got people who've just embraced it. Sorry?
But they're making us more and more impatient because they're forcing us to have these certain things and to have these certain things. We have to literally structure our day a very specific way. So when you come home and your kid wants your attention, you don't have time for it. Get away from me. I don't have time for you. So I think narcissism is being created. And I do believe I do have one of those half cup full type situations where I think the majority of people are good and they're being steered wrong. And if we seed drop, just like you're talking about, we seed drop the truth. And what I'll tell you, Sven, is I didn't come in on the flat earth. I didn't come in this way. I didn't come into this group this way. I came in from another altered consciousness way, which ended up cueing me to these channels. And to be 100% honest with you guys, I was a little deterred by the flat earth concept when I first heard about it. And I had not done my research, but when I started to do my research, what I found was there's enough in your face questions. Instead of just saying the earth is flat, there's enough to say, hey, did you know this? And it's like one of my favorite ones, and I brought this up the other day, was the radiation factor. Just ask somebody, why haven't we gone back to the moon? You know, why are we in Mars if we haven't established anything on the moon? You know, I don't understand.
Oh, and no, apparently SpaceX has been given the contract to be the next to land on the moon.
Well, and it's the whole concept of like us having to, if we even went to Mars, you can't come back. If you were born on the ship to get over there and to actually cultivate Mars, we would have to start having kids either like right here on Earth, and then because like the whole they're talking about with the whole science of the gravity and this change in your gravity, you would collapse. Your body would collapse if you were born on Mars, supposedly, and you came back to Earth. So all these little things, like you guys are dissecting.
Would it? This is the thing. Would it? They don't know. This is the whole point. They don't know. They can tell us that, oh yeah, they've got the Mars rover that's out there on Mars taking samples and everything. And it's
so
like
ridiculous what they're telling us.
It's like, really, you've got the Mars rover on Mars. Wow, sending back live footage. Wow, that's amazing. Wow. Oh look, I can't get signal.
No radiation interference at all.
Signal on my phone
because of that.
But why can't I get a signal on my phone? No, we can get a signal from 3.5 billion miles away or whatever it is, like 3.18 million or something. We can get a signal from 3.18 million, crystal clear HD, but I can't get a fucking signal on my phone.
Well, first of all, we've never tested in a full vacuum of space. We've never tested anything.
No, yes, we have. Yes, we have. Not a full vacuum of space. But they no, because it's impossible. All they can do is 1/10. All they can create is 1/10 of a
the vacuum chamber over in America.
They did it, right? They did it, and it failed, like spectacularly failed, and they never tried it again.
No. So you're not sending. So let's put it in different terms. I'm not putting a crew onto my brand new submarine and going underwater until I've tested to make sure that submarine is sealed. Before I start putting humans on there, you have to put it down there, test it and stuff, right?
Hang on, Sven. A lot of the testing that they do for the spaceships and for the space outfits that they wear out in the space when they do their spacewalks, they test them under the water.
And under the water
hang
is
on
the
a
total
second.
vacuum of space, is it?
Yeah, underwater. How is it underwater where you've got actually increased pressure? How is that simulating space
It's
where
nonsense.
the pressure's gonna, where everything's gonna go out, not in? Like it's the exact opposite of a perfect vacuum. So how? Oh, we're just testing for water leaks
Right.
in
Now,
the you know.
Now, there's the important point to all of this, and we're just talking about some NASA stuff here, but what Sarah was mentioned earlier is key, I think, and that is that what I picked up on anyway is that the problem is that people aren't willing to take that step to have a look, because a lot of these stories that we're talking about are so ludicrous. They're very easy to figure out. They're very easy. All you have to do is have that open mind. But the problem is most don't have that. So it's difficult to get them to a point.
And they hear a word. They also hear a word, especially the FE word, and they immediately shut down. And I just reached out.
It's been weaponized.
I got a new, and I got a new employee for our healing center. I connected with this woman. She's all like, "Oh, I'll come work for you." And we sent, exchanged emails, and then I sent her all the links to our channels and stuff, and then it was like crickets. So because I'm sure she saw that word in there or something, or she saw Tartaria too, and if you look it up, or you immediately think these people are crazy, when it's actually like, if we pick out these key things like history things and say, hey, just take a look at this for a second, isn't this weird? And I do it with my parents all the time, and I've literally got them to the point, because they're CNN everyday watchers, right? I've got my dad to the point where he's turning off the news, because I'm like, oh, I wish they put this much importance on the Maxwell or the Ghislaine and case, because they were all over the January 6th case. My dad turns off the TV right after and goes, yeah, I just hope the aliens come and save us. And I know that's not the answer, but to me, that is a huge flip for my dad, because he was like, Biden's the hero, the Democrats are the hero, it's the Republicards. So that's what I mean. I think this is a good discussion for us to have today about, since we just watched Dave at Speaker's Corner, it's like, how do we properly truth drop? And his flyers, by the way, I've talked about this with Richie. I think we have to go boots on the ground, old activism like that, and create did you know flyers. A really good factual, just simple, in your face. You can look this up right here on NASA's website. It's like, NASA on their website has evidence that they've been doing chemtrails. You can go right to their website and find it. NIH.gov, it's the same thing with pushing medical stuff. You can look up, and they're now saying, yes, breathing techniques will cure the V.
Yeah, sorry, Dad. I'm just going to say, when we go out and do street activism, there's one thing also to bear in mind, and those who know. So I'm just saying it for the benefit of those who maybe don't know. And that is that when you're out in the street talking to people, you're talking to very normal people, in inverted commas, right? You ain't talking to globe heads in a live chat online. You're not talking to people who are purposely trying to obfuscate and all that sort of stuff, because there's a lot of tactics and shenanigans going on and all that. You're talking to people who really don't know. They'll have their presupposed positions, of course, like I did. It took me 8 years to wake up to 9/11, for example. I'm not one of those cool kids who says, yeah, I got it straight away. I did not get it straight away, right? So your approach has to be adapted, such like. So you're talking with much more compassion. Your guard shouldn't be up too much, and you have to understand where other people are at. But you also, like you just said, Sarah, is offer them a go-to place. Once they've left that stand where you're talking to them, what are they going to do? How are they going to follow up on the information you've just given them? Because it can't just stop there, right? So you have to have good places to send them to. Flyers, obviously, with the addresses on or whatever, right? Like you just said. Absolutely.
Hey, Cam, how you doing, mate? Welcome, buddy. So, I mean, the thing is, though, my theory about this is very, like, the only way that any of us, in my experience and through all the conversations that I've had, the only people that have woken up because their paradigm's been shattered one way or another. One or more of their paradigms have been shattered by experience, by life experience, and it's given them time to reflect. And during that reflection, they've noticed that things don't add up, and then they wake up. And that's how it's been for pretty much every single person that's woken up. that I've spoken to. There isn't anybody that I've met that I've spoken to that's just kind of gone, well, you know, I was just bored.
Yeah,
I was just
that
bored
might
and
be
I thought I'd look into
that's
it.
probably true. But I know a lot of people who have also gone through traumatic experiences who are nowhere near awake.
Oh,
So
no, yeah, no, listen,
on the other hand,
Sven,
right?
I went
They're the ones
through,
I'm trying to get to.
dude, I went through probably 5 seriously traumatic events before I actually really woke up. You know,
But the waking
it can
up,
be more than one.
but you're right in what you say about you have to have the time to be able to utilize, to be able to then take a closer look at certain things, right? Again, that's the trick of getting people occupied 24/7. You're keeping them away from having enough time to be able to go and look for themselves. So by the time you do start waking up, you've already hit your 40s, right? And that by that time, they've already got the new generation they've worked on. Like my daughter's 12. What are you going to do? You know, unless I can have an influence on her, she's going to be subject to the same system. Nothing changes.
I'll tell you what, I'll just, because autodidactics come in, and Auto's just done Cam and Kelly have just done a meetup, haven't they?
Have they?
In Australia. Yeah, they've just done a big meetup.
I missed that.
Cam, if you want, there's the StreamYard link. If you're up for it, you're welcome to pop in and have a tell us how it's gone and what sort of conversations were taking place. I know people would have been talking about everything from, you know, flat Earth to Tartaria and everything. It's, you know, it's like it's just another different version of what's going on at the moment in the UK.
I'd like to ask him a couple of questions if you get him on, because as you know, my last videos of the last couple of months has been kind of hidden history stuff. It's a sort of an angle that I've been looking at more and more now, because I think that gives away a lot of the lie itself, right? I
was going to say, I really enjoyed your last video, the electric railway.
All right, thanks.
Really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, why would you dismantle a railway system in Liverpool right before they hit the peak of their shipping industry in the 60s? Because that railway system was built for the shipping industry, allegedly, and for all the dockers to get 5 miles across the waterfront. And then they take it down in 1956, and the shipbuilding industry and all that booms about 5 years later. It's like, huh?
Yeah.
I think there was something more about the way that actually worked, the electricity factor on that. But they were probably trying to hide it. But yeah, Michelle Gibson does a good job too of covering that, where she talked about it happening in the US as well. And there's these that were used to ship certain material, or to not ship, but to haul certain material.
Well, it was more important to hide the hidden history from the US, because US is allegedly a younger nation than everyone else. Hi, Campbell. Nice to meet you, my friend.
G'day,
Cam, you know, you're looking more like Jesus every day, dude. Have you got sandals on?
No, not at the moment.
Specifically.
Hi,
Campbell.
Hello. How you going, Sarah? Hey, Richie. Hey, Sven.
Hi.
How have you been, man?
I'm good. I'm a bit smashed, but no, it's been
right. Well, in English, smashed means something different, maybe. In England, I'm going to turn your mic right up, because I've noticed recently.
Yeah, sorry. Apparently my mic sucks.
It's all right. I've turned you right up. Is that? Yeah. I think it should be okay. Yeah. So, Cam, yeah. We can hear you, dude. So, how was the meetup? Is there anything on? Because I haven't seen anything on YouTube.
It was well, there might be some. I think some people in the audience took, some videos, and there might be a bit of video floating around, but we haven't put anything up yet.
Right.
Yeah, it was just it was incredible. Complete sellout. We had to stop sales a few days before the event. So we had 500 people. In an old theater, an old 60s theater, and it was just amazing. Everyone just loved it. It was awesome. Amazing people. It was just.
I mean, that's amazing that you got 5.
It just went off without a hitch. It was just And we had a first hall. We had a venue, and it was 350, I think, capacity. And someone contacted them and wrote this big email about us and said, "Oh, these people are," and so they cancelled us like a week before the event, and we'd sold 350 tickets. So Kelly pulled off a miracle and got us this hall. And the day before the event, the new people got this email from the same person who lost us our last event, and wrote them this three-page email of how we were so bad and we were committing copyright fraud and we were doing all this stuff, and she was going to call the police and rah rah rah. And luckily for us, these people were just so cool. The guy who got the email sent it to his boss, and they replied and said, "Right, you've now broken this law, this law, this law. You're committing slander. If you do this, you're going to cause harm or injury. You could cause harm to people. You could cause loss to this business. They have every right to take you to court and sue you. And this email will stand as proof for that." And they just hammered her. And so and basically they sat in and watched the show, and then at the end they're like, "When are you coming back?"
That's
so
brilliant.
We were just being looked after, and this is the thing, is this, this person who ran, her name's Jenny, who tried to get us smacked. All she ended up doing was putting us in touch with the right people.
Yeah.
It was perfect. So,
who are now
she did a massive favour. So thank you, Jenny.
They're now aware of you as well. That's the thing. They're aware of you. Those people are now aware of you, whereas before they weren't. And
try to shut you down is fascinating, and it makes me wonder if she was paid by somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, there's trials. We had a few, people try it, but I mean, everything. I don't know. We just the event was protected, man. It was just there was nothing. I was on my computer literally 5 minutes before before people started coming in. The music was playing, and I'm still, because my computer decided to just chuck a spaz and not work, and I'm still editing, literally. But yeah, got the computer to him, and then of course it didn't work, and so I'm like, and then I just turned it, and then it just suddenly worked, just in time. It worked, and it worked perfectly for the whole event. It was just ridiculous.
I think the trick, Cam, in those situations, right? I think it's all a test. I think it's all part of a test, and the whole point of it is to not lose your cool.
Yeah.
No, we came out thanking them. We were thanking the trolls, man.
You don't lose your cool with the situation. You don't get frustrated and angry and start screaming at people and blah blah blah. You just go, okay,
it doesn't change the situation if you do, does it?
Say again, Sven. Sorry, mate.
I was just going to say, it doesn't change the situation if you do, does it? It just then
it only makes it worse.
It makes it worse because you're putting out negative
it only makes it worse.
Right.
Because it raises that level, it raises that vibration to everyone. It spreads it out, Whereas
it's not beneficial at all.
If you contain it, you contain that frustration and you transmute it, and all you're doing is you're giving out, that's the way it goes. That's just shit happens, man. It's what we're going to expect.
And then there's another step up, right? Which is you look at it as a gift. Where's the gift here? And then you start thanking these people, and then you're sending love out, right? Thank you. And literally, we were thanking Jenny because she introduced us to these amazing people, and they've got connections all around Australia to other venues, and they literally. Before, we were still in there at the event. He's like, "When are you coming back? When are we going to book you in?" They were just they love us, man. And they stood up for us. It was just awesome. Thanks,
presumably
Jenny.
They had refreshments and stuff on sale there, and they were making money from your being there, from 500 people being there. It increased their business.
They were making, they definitely made their money.
Even if it was only on the ticket sales.
Not cheap to put events on.
Even if it was only their cut of the ticket sales, they're still making the money on all the refreshments and everything as well. So That's brilliant, man. That's
Oh, there was
brilliant.
there was no refreshments. We just rented the hall basically.
Oh, right. Okay.
But
well, I mean,
I can tell you that
weren't any
renting
bother.
a 500 capacity hall in Melbourne is not cheap. And this is the other thing. Like we started, like we didn't have money to go and book a hall because they're really expensive, right? And so we just put it out there, and then we sold enough tickets to book the first hall, and we're like, cool. And then by the time they took it away for us, we in the meantime we'd sold enough, because the first hall was actually really cheap. We'd sold enough tickets to pay for an actual proper hall, so we actually had the money there.
Yeah.
So I mean, it worked out. You know, like we wouldn't have had the money for the hall we went in 3 weeks ago. We just didn't have it.
It was supposed
But
to be there, really,
we
right?
needed to look for it, we had it. You know, so so it was perfect, right?
All the way, Jennifer or whatever her name was, did you massive favors.
Exactly.
So we just want to thank you. We want to thank you,
And
Jen.
she even said, thank you, Jenny, because we did a big walk around today. 150 people turned up, or maybe 200. Like we were walking down the street, and like literally there was just like a couple of hundred of us. It was ridiculous. And we were stopping and look at these buildings, and everyone's walking, going, "What are they looking at? Oh, what the hell?" But yeah, Jenny even let us said, "Oh, I know you're going to meet up at the library, and I'm going to tell the police." And we're like, "Awesome, thanks, Jenny. Hey guys, we're not meeting at the library anymore. We're meeting at the exhibition centre." So it's just like, I don't know who these trolls are, but I mean, they're just helping us. That's all they're doing.
I personally, I decided a couple of years ago that all the trolls are doing is helping us, because what they're doing is they're helping us to gain control of ourselves, right? Rather than flying off the handle and getting angry and reacting to the trolls. And once we're at a place where we can get trolls come in and say the worst things possible to us, really horrible, personal, defamatory, slanderous things, and we can sit there and go, huh, you're still trying, instead of getting triggered by it. So, and that the only reason I can do that now is because of the trolls that I had a couple of years ago, so thank you, man. Thank you to all the trolls that have helped me to become a more balanced individual, and recognize as well in myself the things that I shouldn't be doing, because you pointed them out. But these trolls, every time they've screenshot me in an angry violent rage, getting screaming at them, telling them you don't know what you're messing with, and all of that, it's like, okay, well, I won't do that anymore. I've just done it now. So
exactly, and that's how we should look at it. Like, always bring it back to yourself. What I'm being told is, are they right or are they wrong? And there's always some truth to something, right? The old 80-20 rule. But yeah, we can transmute anything we want. We can, be a pleb and go along and just basically mirror back the hate, or we can step above it and go, well, what am I going to change it into? I mean, we are the creators, right? So why don't we create?
If there's any truth to the law of attraction, if you don't tune yourself, you're going to attract what you don't want. So it's like when you calm down and you harness that, then you're able to, focus on.
And if you're blocking something out,
will come to you. It's almost like when you do that, you almost like all of a sudden something shows up out of it, and you're like, oh, that's what I was waiting for.
But it works both ways. Like if there's something within you that you are denying, or you're rejecting, or you're pushing away, or you're trying to cover up, that is going to manifest into your life like over and over and over again, because you're trying to hide it. You don't want to face it. Right? You have to face the dark corners of yourself. All the dark corners, you've got to look inside and see what's going on in there to know what might creep up on you from behind. The only things that are going to creep up on you from behind are coming from within.
Exactly right.
It's like what Campbell was just saying about, you've got to look within, haven't you? You've got to look at yourself first, really. That's where it all starts. You can't pour from an empty cup, right? Basically.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like that. I flew a plane over here, and they do the old thing, right? Oh, in a case of an emergency, a mask will drop from the ceiling. Make sure you put it on yourself first before you put it on your kids.
Right.
Yeah. Why? Because if you're dead, you can't put it on your kids.
Yeah.
Right.
You
No
know?
use. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Well, and
So-
it's like, yeah, or let's say you do put it on your kids, but you die, so your kid is, you know, is an orphan because you've killed yourself trying to save their life. But yeah, I mean, we are, the thing is, because of our programmed responses, we're predictable. Because of programmed responses, that's what makes us
Speak for
predictable.
yourself, Rich.
No,
That's offensive.
no. I'm talking about. I'm talking about on the whole. I'm talking about on the whole. That like society has been programmed into its responses, and so they're
Yeah.
easy to predict, and they're easy to, and that's why we're so hated. That's why, as Jason Bashir calls us, errands.
Yes.
We're errands because they can't read our minds. They can try and predict what we're going to do, but we've got our own free will and we're actually aware of what's going on, and so we might make a decision that they don't realize. And particularly, I think what really confuses them is when we are compassionate, understanding, and patient. That confuses them because they don't get it. They're like, well, how can you be like that? We've just done this to you.
Yeah. They just want our attention, just like the trolls. They just want your attention. So I don't give them any. It's either love or nothing, right?
Yeah.
Most of the time, I'm not interested. You know, great. You believe what you want to believe, people. I don't care. That's your choice. But don't ever tell me what I can believe and I can't believe, because you'll hit
Yeah, and also, and this, what we were talking about this just before you came on, Campbell, and that is that it's important that people kind of understand that they do have a choice. Learning that it's all right to question stuff, learning that it's all right to think not even outside the box, but that the parameters are much wider than what we've been told we're supposed to be working within. So once we can, you know, I struggled when I was first waking up, I suppose, right? I struggled around it. It took me years to lose the concept of space, for example, because I came from the flat earth angle of the community, right? I've since now been getting into a lot of the hidden history and old world stuff, thanks to you, partly because I've been looking at your stuff, Campbell. It's like, well, if an Aussie can do that, just
and the evidence is everywhere.
They're
Yeah,
better
all
at
you've
cricket
got to
than
do
us.
is
What am I
look.
going to say? But you know, but the thing is, right? I just find it's like it's the best way to really expose the lie itself.
Yeah. Well,
It really is
I
great.
mean,
It's so tangible. It's right there.
Yeah. The event, we didn't really talk about any, you know, we didn't talk about the, you know, specifics or anything. We didn't talk about, you know, really red bricks or, you know, we didn't get into details. We talked about the consciousness, because that's what it's all about.
Right.
It's not about,
Perception.
you know, I'm right, that buildings are tight. No, you're wrong. It's a melted building.
No.
They're missing the point. This is
Right.
about raising your consciousness and understanding that we are much, much more than we've been told. And there's so much more out there for us to explore. It's not about fighting, you know, ego, because that's all this is, right? When, you know, people say, you're right, I'm wrong, it's just ego, right? You must believe what I believe or I can't handle you.
Yep.
I mean, it's really, really small and weak. And that's just, that just shrinks your energy and your vibration. So you've got to go the other way. It's got, Tartary is expansive, and the good thing is we don't have to go into the, you know, all the crap, right? All the, you know, Federal Reserve and the money and the P files and the, you know, we don't have to go down those dirty, mucky things to get people to see reality and to wake up. Like, we can do it from a fun place, from an expansive place. You know, and because waking up, you know, old, you know, conspiracy or whatever, it was all bad, right? It wasn't fun.
Yeah,
fun,
man. If Tartaria had come out and Hidden History, if that had been what came out 7-8 years ago, you know, I think it would have. If that had been what had come out to wake people up instead of flat Earth and satanic sacrifices, those were the two things that really, you know, that was on the forefront of the truth community. It was either flat Earth or it was deep state satanic sacrifices, and there was none of this talk of history at all. But if they talked about history 8 years ago, I would have jumped on that so much easier than it took me 3 years to accept that the Earth wasn't a globe, to fully accept it. Because, and that was it was 3 years before before I made a personal observation that was
Well-
so blatantly obvious to me. Like, wow, look at those islands. Do the maths. Wow, those islands shouldn't be visible. Bingo. You know?
Yeah. Like, I'm from Wisconsin, and we could see a city in Michigan over Lake Michigan, and it was supposed to be like they said it was like a mirage of some kind. Like, even I
Oh
think they
God,
Yeah.
yeah. Rob Skiba, God rest his soul.
Yeah,
This is a
May he rest in peace. Rob Skiba took a boat from one side.
A boat,
he didn't
yeah,
go
that's
all
right.
the way. He didn't go all the way because they would have run out of fuel. But they got 3/4 of the way there, and they had 3 different cameras on the boat, and it was enough evidence to prove that it wasn't a bloody mirage. It didn't shimmer and move. It was the city. What was it? Chicago.
No, because it goes like Milwaukee, Chicago, like here's like Michigan. It goes like this. It was you're
It's
in
across like Michigan, wasn't it?
It was Lake Michigan, wasn't it? It wasn't it Chicago
No, it was
skyline?
it was Lake Michigan, and it was Chicago that you could see where they say that's a mirage on the news thing, on the news weather. I don't know. I can't remember.
I can't remember the city, but I think you could see Detroit from you could see it from Chicago, but you can see it in Wisconsin too, because I've literally seen it. I've seen the city skyline before, so I know. But you know, in my head, whatever I was taught at the time just made sense. But all I was going to say too is that how I got into this was through the hidden history realm. It actually started with people challenging the conspiracy theories down. You know, I think quantum conscious does a good job of that, of being like, this is legit, that we all know. Like, everybody agrees almost in the world, though, that Epstein didn't kill himself, and also that JFK was assassinated potentially by government because of his connection with the Federal Reserve. Even people who aren't fully awake go, yeah, because they still play with us on that too. You know, they still. So those are those obvious truth drops I say to people. If they're messing with us this much, and then you've got this weird narrative over here, what's really going on?
Presume they're lying about everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do.
Otherwise, you'll just be disappointed.
But see, I can't quite believe that, because I know personally I've had enough benefits now with Reiki, and now, like, with the History Channel doing weird things where they've done the superhuman thing, the Wim Hof, right? They featured Wim Hof. Though they did.
This is what I was going to say. I think they're relying on that, Sven. I think because what we'll end up doing is chucking the baby out with the bathwater. If we just discount everything they say, then we end up chucking the baby out with the bathwater. And there could be some stories that they're putting in that are actually.
I would say be aware. I would say be aware, but I would say don't give it all too much credence.
No. Take it all with a pinch of salt.
It's not believe it, because most people, when they get information, they want to class it as right or wrong, and that's what we cannot do. And especially if it's a known lie, then you just put more research in. But everything you've got to, if you're going to believe it's right or wrong, you've got to prove it to yourself, right?
Yeah.
Got to be.
Otherwise, where's your conviction? If you don't know truly yourself about what you're talking about, or your standpoint on certain topics, knowledge-based, you're not going to have that conviction to be able to deliver a message if that's what you want to do with that knowledge. You need to know for yourself, don't you? The only way you're going to do that is to find out for yourself.
Oh, nice. Yeah. This is why I stop every once in a while, and I watch when I walk past my parents' TV and they have CNN. I will stop, and I can't spend much time because it triggers me real quick. But I try to pull, and I've heard them. I can't tell you how many times I hear them just throw out the word reset constantly, and everything they're talking about, just casually. It's like, oh, that. I'll ask my dad, did you just hear that? I swear I just heard him say reset.
Yeah, I mean, I think 20/80 rule. It's like when. I think that's the 80/20 rule. There's truth in everything. There's lies in everything, and unless you think for yourself, you're always going to be led down a road. Like that's it.
Yeah.
Think for yourself, or suffer the consequences. Really, right?
And that's why these agendas work so beautifully, because they know that most people don't bother to think for themselves.
They hate it. They hate it. They hate having to question themselves.
because we've been taught not to think for ourselves, because we've been programmed and indoctrinated not to think. We've been taught, oh, go to the news for that information.
From birth.
Go there.
Go to the teacher. Go to your parents, and go to the teacher, then go to your boss, then go to
ask for permission for this, stand up for, blah blah.
And that's what the globe is. Like the globe is hammered, right? Like we all know, it's in every classroom, it's in all the movies, it's hammered. Whereas history, it's not hammered at us. It's there, and there's a story and a narrative. But it's that's why it's much easier for people to question
I disagree. I do disagree. I think they reinforce the narratives all the time through Hollywood and TV programs. All the films and TV programs and computer games about Vikings, all of about Downton Abbey, about the medieval times, about the pyramids, about Egypt. They invest a lot of money into the narrative through Hollywood, radio, film, comic, all of that. When they invest all that money into it, you know that what they're trying to do is reinforce that narrative. So it's like, oh, why do you need to reinforce that narrative?
Right. Just recently, yesterday, you guys might know this, and bear with me because I'm going to get to a point here. Yesterday, there was a festival that had their main act on the so-called pyramid stage in Glastonbury, right? Pyramid stage, of course. What else would you call it? And of course, it was the chief pharaoh himself, Sir Paul McCartney, right? He was the headline act on the Glastonbury festival, right? Now, that's bad enough. He's 80 years of age as well.
I'm so glad I didn't spend 300 quid on tickets.
Oh, well, you would have heard the 50,000th rendition of Hey Jude. But the thing about it was, right, that's older than Tartaria, that song. I'm pretty sure he wrote that well before the history books were invented, probably on slate, those slate things that we have up on the shelf before we had paper. But the really weird thing was, and they did the same on the Queen's Jubilee, they used the stage and beamed up all this globe imagery, right? So it was peace to the world, global warming, globe this, globe that, pictures of daisies dying and wilting, dirty water, blah, blah, blah. And it was just that the whole time. They also had Greta on stage at one point earlier in the evening. They had Dave Grohl on stage. This is the guy who was telling everyone to get jabbed up before they go to the Foo Fighters concerts. Right?
Fuck you, man, bro. I used to like the Foo Fighters, you wanker.
And, man, you're watching this stuff, and I'm like, because I'm a big music fan, although I understand they're handled and all the rest of it, it still doesn't put me off listening to good music because that is part of it, unfortunately. Otherwise, you're going to end up living like a hermit, right? But the point of the matter is, when you understand that they're all kind of all in it, as it were, and you see they're all going along and they are captivating hundreds of thousands right there in front of them, and then the millions in the audience watching it, lapping it all up, and you're just thinking to yourself, man, we're doomed. So I'm going to have to focus on myself here because I'm clearly not going to change the masses. That would be the wrong approach, right?
And you've seen experiments done with styrofoam and frequency, and they've shown that a certain vibration that you can shake the styrofoam into a very specific shape and pattern. So I think I have that correct, but they're more or less showing it if we're like liquid, right? Or they're infusing us with whatever metals, and then they're manipulating us in those crowd scenarios that's all part of the brainwashing, I think.
Of course. Yeah. It's like herd mentality and mass psychosis and that, and they're just programming people. But the thing is, again, everything's up to us. You can read the Bible and you can get one side of it and you can come out going, oh my God, I need to do all this stuff and love Jesus and I'll go to heaven. Or you can read the Bible and go, wow, that's an alchemical book. How cool. Or you can read the Bible and go, wow, man, look at all these Bible codes in here. Look, wow, man, we're reading the Matrix, right? Same with movies. Same everything. Do I keep dropping out?
Yeah, I was going to say you were sort of roboting a bit there for a second.
Sorry, I'm on hotel Wi-Fi. What was I saying?
No worries, it's come back now.
Yeah, that wasn't that bad, and that was the first time.
Oh, was it? Oh, good. Okay. From what I was saying, it was good. But I was going to say something good, guys. So there you go.
See, we have that thing again. What were we saying?
I just want to give a shout out to the chat room. I'm going to give, because we haven't done
Yes,
it. We've
let's
been
do
going for
that.
an hour and 45
Let's do
minutes.
that. I'll
and
grab
I've
myself a
not
quick
even
can of
mentioned
Coke.
once. So, Mighty Atom, good to see you, mate. Caucasian Sasquatch. And Sarah, good to see her. Calistoga Refried. Morgan, Lion of Tartaria. Bane Bear. Manny, good to see you. Shari Ives, good to see you. Paul from Newcastle. Bill Bacon, Arthur F.E. And that is everybody that's chatting, I think, pretty much. So thank you, everybody that's here in the chat room.
Right,
I hope you're getting something from this
In
live
case
stream.
anybody's addressing me in a chat, I can't go in my chat because my iPad won't support the YouTube app because it's so old. I have to crank it up with one of those pre-World War One. You know,
If you look, Sven, if you look on the right-hand side of the screen, it should say comments, and it will say private and public, and you should be able to
Private
see the
chat
public
and comments
as they come up. You won't be able to reply to them, but you'll be able to see them the same as I do.
Oh, right. Okay. I'll just rely on your shout outs every now and then because I heard you say Mighty Atom as well. So hello to him. I met him a few years ago when he came to greet us after the Global Eye Tour. So
yeah. He's giving you a thumbs up and a smiley face.
Nice one.
So yeah, I mean it's there's so much going on so many different levels. We've got absolutely no control over anybody else. The only thing that we can do is work on ourselves and connect with each other and try to grow as a community and try to break down these divisions that we've got set up between all of us, between between the communities as well. It's really annoying when you've got two different truth communities that can't see eye to eye because they don't agree on one thing, and it's like, well, you don't agree on that, but you agree on this, and this. So why are you bothering worrying about that? Worry about this stuff, because even this stuff, none of us know. None of us can say for sure. Not one of us has got all the bloody answers, and we all have to be humble enough and modest enough to accept that we don't know. We might think we do.
There's the key bit you just said is the humility bit, mate. All right. And it's like when I did a few marches down here in Bournemouth and stuff, we went to some demos in London over the last couple of years. You could tell by the people you were working with or whatever that some weren't in it for that. They weren't in it for the messages. It was ego driven. And it was all about being part of a group that was doing something, but not really looking at the actual bigger picture or what we were trying to achieve, which was to get a message out, essentially. It wasn't to chain ourselves to Downing Street or whatever, or chuck things at police. It was about interacting and talking, communicating with people, because it's an information war more than anything else, right?
Yeah.
And we know that. We bore the brunt of all that online. This is the corner that we're given, that we're allocated, a bit like Speaker's Corner in Hyde Park. Hello, you little minions. You're allowed that little corner of the park where we shall tolerate you. And you can talk about anything you want. Even flat earthers are welcome, kind of thing, right? And that's the problem we have as well, because it's so stigmatized, the media and all that sort of stuff. I mean, don't get me started. I mean, they're a monster, they are a monster. They're our biggest hurdle. That's what everyone feeds off.
The goddess of illusion.
Yeah.
That's when I remind people that Disney bought Fox recently, people normies. It's like, talk about smoke and mirrors, right? And the red versus blue. And Disney bought Fox, right? So it's like they're just clearly perpetuating a show.
The trouble is, it's all about it's how we end our day and how we start our day, isn't it? So if the last thing you watch when you go to bed is news reports, and the first thing you watch when you wake up is news reports, then your vibration for the whole day and the whole night, so consciously and subconsciously, you're in this fear paradigm, because that's all that mainstream media is pushing is fear. Be afraid of Russia, be afraid of Putin, be afraid of price hikes, be afraid of food shortages, be afraid of not having enough, of not having electricity, not having gas, be afraid of each other, be afraid of the virus, be afraid of, be afraid of bloody everything, because it's all out to get you. When really, the only thing out to get us on this system, in this realm, is those people trying to control us. They're the only ones. They're the ones that are painting this narrative.
Because if we protect ourselves, then we can avoid those kind of infiltrations. The more and more we work on ourselves, I do believe we kind of build like a force field. It's that idea of like your aura, but is it really your toroidal field that you can sort of strengthen and create your own force field? Because I mean, we've seen the Qigong, the Shaolin monks, doing the repelling.
Yeah, and it's what Jason Brashears calls. He calls it the information field, doesn't he? Jason Brashears calls it the information field. The more knowledge you have, the more information that you've absorbed and worked through and sort of come to terms with, the bigger your information field. So the more open you are.
To track us.
Yeah,
what it is. It takes a lot more energy and focus to change someone's point of view who's educated than someone who doesn't read, right? They'll just believe anything.
Yeah,
easy. So that's why they try and catch us before we start waking up. That's why that's what this dark night of the soul is, right? People wake up and everything falls to shit, right? And it's just the system going, please just focus back on us. Come on, focus on us, focus on us, focus on us. And that again is the test, right? And if you can get through that and still, realize that that's all crap and the power's in you, then at that point they can never get you. But this is why they want to get you at the start. They put so much effort in, as you're waking up because they know once you hit that point, it's virtually impossible to get you.
Yeah, it's it. Once you reach a point, there's a point of no return for them. Like there's a where you are never going to turn back to their system or accept anything that they tell you either. It's like that's it.
Yeah, and then at that point, then if it's a simulation, right, then it has to it gives up and it then takes it less energy to give us what we want than to try and turn us backwards.
Well, then what it does, I think what the system does is what or similar to what Jason Brashears says, where once it identifies that you're errant, it would do everything that it can to basically enclose you, to wrap you up.
So basically give you whatever you want.
Yeah, you get on with it and do whatever, but you're never going to affect the collective. You might be able to affect your subjective reality, but you're never going to affect the collective reality because
the programmed people.
They probably limit, like they cut that's where you see the interferences happen, where weird situations where you can't connect with somebody because of it. Like rocks, kind of
that's the thing, and then he also says, that's at the end, those who do that and stand strong and create their own little bubble, they're the ones that get the better reality. They're the ones that ascend, right? And we kind of know this, right? Because we know the whole plan is they, right? Whoever they may be, trying to keep us in a low frequency so that they can control and feed off us. I mean, that's the basic. That's it, right? So we and the other thing is when we raise in frequency, we're no longer very tasty to them, right? They like the low frequencies.
Yeah, that's it. We're actually quite repulsive to them.
Exactly.
If we're in a higher vibration,
that's a good point. Have you noticed that? There's certain people you'll meet, and they kind of, you barely even talk to them, and they kind of start stepping back, and then you're like, oh, what's wrong with you?
And it can, and you could get paranoid about it and be like, oh shit, do I smell or something? Or you could just think, all right, okay, you're a dark one. And
bloody empty.
It's hard for me. I'm like a gentle giant, like I've explained. So when people are off by me, it's because I'm too intense. It's too much energy. But I realize it's because that energy, they don't have a grasp on their own. So not only can they don't know how to work with mine. They don't. It's like because I'm actually trying to balance them. It's making them feel uncomfortable, and that happens a lot. People are like, "Well, I don't want to talk to
music."
Yeah.
It's like if you're listening to music and then it suddenly goes out of tune. It's like, rah! Oh my god!
Oh,
that's literally what they feel. They get that feeling, but when they come into our energy, because it just does not match, doesn't match their vibration. They're like, oh, and they don't. Most of them don't realize why they're doing it either. They just don't like it. I don't know why.
But the thing is that there are those people that are absolutely entitled. If that's what they choose, then it's their right as sovereign beings to be like that.
You can do what you want. As long as you cause no harm or loss, you can do whatever you want.
But even the ones that do cause harm or loss, that's their choice. If they if they want to live, if they want to be that person, and they want to live that life where they're deliberately causing pain and misfortune and emotional anguish and whatever on other people, that's their choice to do that, and they're perfectly entitled to do that. But there'll be a price to pay for that.
There'll be big consequences, and you've got to understand that everyone also has the right to defend themselves with whatever means they deem possible if they're threatened. So, yeah, definitely. And this is the other thing, right? The program makes people put up with these things. Right, because they're rich, they're powerful, or they're good looking, or whatever, and so we just let these pricks do what they want. Oh, they're better than me. I'm not good enough. So
I made this observation like a couple of years ago. I made this observation. Right, think of the funniest things that you've seen on TV, the funniest TV shows with the funniest characters. For me personally, because of my sense of humor, because of my sense of humor, the characters that I really liked. And the shows that I really like. Think about. Did you ever watch Arrested Development?
Which one was that? I don't think I did.
That was the one with Joe and
yeah, and it was Alec Baldwin. No, not Alec Baldwin. That's 30 Rock. No, it was. Oh God! Really, there's some famous people in it, right?
What was it about? I know it's a band as well, but what was the show about? It sounds familiar.
Right, it's about this family who are basically Democrats. They're basically a left-wing Democrat family, right? That vote Hillary Clinton, whatever. Bunch of narcissistic sociopaths. 100%. Every single one of the characters is a narcissistic sociopath, except. You get emotionally invested with them, and they're funny. They're, the way they're portrayed, it's funny. Their narcissistic behavior is funny. When you look at things like, well, it's just anything. Like most comedy, the funniest characters are narcissistic, sociopathic, socially inept. They're the ones that we laugh at. So satire, I think satire has come from the dark side. Because what it makes us do is not only accept. But embrace. We accept and embrace, and it's.
Just to interject on that. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Goldfish syndrome again. 3 seconds. Otherwise, I forget. Sorry. So if I say goldfish syndrome, that's what it means. What was I going to say?
Exactly right. You should not have said that. I'm sitting here thinking you're talking too much.
You spent too long explaining it, and that 3 seconds is gone, dude. It'll come back. It'll come back.
Oh,
don't worry.
Pen and paper.
Pen and paper, yes, mate.
Yeah, I'll be just writing the whole time then, won't I? That's not going to be good for the viewer.
Yeah, dude, that's what happens, though. That's what happens. You just end up writing the whole time, and all you're doing is that's what happens, man.
What is this? Oh yeah, I didn't do that. Okay.
Girls are usually the best.
That's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say. We've had a recurrence now after decades, I do believe, of Spitting Image, for example, which was a very famous satire back in the early 80s. The puppets,
in the 80s.
Ronald Reagan and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Now that has been brought back.
Michael Heseltine.
I saw that.
Well, that has been brought back or last year it got brought back with the birth or the emergence of Bojo and all those clowns, right? And so Spitting Image has made a resurgence. So when you talk about satire and satirical, a way of gaining people's acceptance and embracing, the stiff upper lip thing. Oh, yeah, we know what they're like, but let's have a laugh and a jolly about it. Well, no, let's not have a laugh and a jolly about it. I'm tied down to a slave system that I have a problem with. Thank you very much. What are we going to do about it?
Yeah.
But let's go back to Blackadder, right? Blackadder, one of the most successful comedy series ever. Four different seasons of it. The first one was about Tudor times. I didn't really like that one. Second one was good, but the third one, Blackadder third, with Prince George and all of that. And Blackadder was the butler, and all they're doing every single time, they're reinforcing a narrative about the royalty and everything, but they're not just reinforcing it, they're telling us the truth. The people that are supposedly in control are a bunch of fucking imbeciles, absolute imbeciles with too much money and not enough sense. The people that are actually in control and directing things are a couple of steps down. They're actually, on the face of it, serving the people that are supposed to be running things, but they're not. They're running by proxy. They're running by proxy through those people. And that's what they've shown us with Blackadder. They've shown us that the leaders are completely inept, completely stupid, no common sense, lacking in intelligence, but the people below them are intelligent and get one over on them all the time. I would still
throw a caveat in there, though, for that one, what you're just saying there, Richie, and that is that we have to, this is the way I look at it anyway, this is my personal opinion, it's the way I approach it. I look at also the authors behind Blackadder, just like Yes Prime Minister and all these shows that were around, right? If you look at Ben Elton and all these people, Rowan Atkinson, before he became Mr. Bean, he used to write a lot of comedy, that guy. They all come from the Cambridge and Oxford Club. They're all Etonians. They're all highly elite, just like Monty Python. They're all from the elite establishment elements of UK society. So a lot of what they're putting out, as funny as and hilarious and English as it is, the sinister aspect is who's pushing it, right? And once we understand the makings of the pyramid, I use that just for argument's sake, right? The one that we saw yesterday in Glastonbury that was lit up for Sir Paul. Once we understand how that all fits together, the politicians are on the lowest levels, mate. They don't have any say in any matter. They don't even get to choose what colour tie to wear when they give an interview.
The reality of it is, the reality of it is, you want to
control people. You don't want to be the fall guy, man.
No,
you want to have the king going to be the fall guy. I mean,
we don't know the names.
Being the king.
If I'm in charge of something, why would I put myself out there?
Exactly.
It's like, why don't we
know their names and we don't know what they look like? Say that again, Sarah.
Sorry. Why do we vote for faces instead of for the real issues? Like, this was something like, why didn't we get to vote on Roe versus Wade? Why wasn't the entire I don't understand that. It's like, how did that even come into fruition at this time? Everybody would have said, no, this is not the time to be having this debate.
It is if you're a US politician, because the midterms are coming up.
Yeah.
Damn.
Like I said, it's a setup. That's a setup.
Nothing's going to happen. Just like it. And how many times have we talked about the abortion thing? This is what's humorous, because I used to gripe about this. It's like, how often are they going to talk about this issue when we've already established Roe versus Wade years ago and nothing's changed, right? I was like, why do we keep talking about this every election? Thank you for this.
Well, what it does is it validates the election. It makes you think the elections are actually real, that they actually really matter.
But
because they're not.
Vote on this, and Biden's in office. So why would this be happening if the Democrats are so holy and so good, right?
But the thing is, it's like all of their system, like all of their everything that they're running on, like gun control, right? They're going on about gun control. Where have all the shootings happened? In gun control states. They don't happen in states where people can carry guns, because if they happen in those states, you'd have heroes and vigilantes.
There wouldn't be a mass shooting.
Before the police, and it would be dealt with. It would be squashed in a second. Somebody pulls out a gun and says, "Oh, I'll do this," and somebody says, "Hang on a second, what are you fucking on about? I got a piece too," you know. And that, whereas in all like New York, Buffalo, and Uvalde or wherever it was, they're heavy gun controlled states, and those laws made no difference. Like they put a law against selling heroin and crack cocaine. Has that stopped anybody selling heroin and crack cocaine? I don't think
Didn't
it
stop
has.
the CIA, did it?
Didn't stop anybody. I mean, none of what they do. It's like sanctions against Russia. Has that hurt Russia? No, it's hurt the Europeans and the Africans and the Americans. It hasn't hurt Russia at all. In fact, it's strengthened their economy.
Yeah. But has that? But I don't even believe that's even happening. That's the point. I think that's all just show and theatre. There's no sanctions against Russia. They're all in bed together.
Well,
they're handled, all of them.
Zelensky
Putin is as handled as Biden.
Yeah,
Zelensky's an actor. He's a failed comedian who used to be in a bloody drag pop
Zelensky
band.
was also in Glastonbury. There you go. Zelensky and Greta Thunberg. Those two were special guests.
I just
Zelensky came to. He was there in person, or he was on screen.
Don't know. I didn't bother watching it. I was.
No, he was on screen. On screen.
Right.
Was he?
Because he was
on
at the
the main
U2
screen.
concert as well, wasn't he?
But he came on, and the whole crowd went quiet and listened to him.
Yeah. Well,
And
he's a good actor.
a couple of them even cheered. I thought they were going to start booing him for a minute. I'm going, come on, but they weren't. A couple cheered, so it wasn't too bad. I think most people were like, "What the fuck is this dude doing here?" I don't think they cared about the politics. I was just like, "Where's the music, man? What the fuck are you doing here? Show me music."
Yeah, what are you doing here? All I want to do is get high and listen to music. Piss off.
Unless he's going to get up there and sing his song in the middle. In the middle,
Right.
in the middle right now, in the middle, that fucking song that he does. Unless he's going to get up there and do that, dressed up in a fucking leotard
with a gear.
Oh, where's my gear?
He's leather jobs.
I've got
with
one
with his bloody big powder gun. Now, actually, funnily enough, in that video, he was wearing trousers that have a little pocket for the penis.
Snake.
I don't know if anybody noticed that, but when he was doing his move, you could see his thing moving.
Yep.
You could see it flapping.
Well, you mentioned
He's got one.
you mentioned
He's actually got one, Richie, hasn't he?
He had a penis pocket.
Penis pocket.
He's got a penis.
I was gonna Barbie
Why
for
was
me
it
to
his pocket?
change the
Okay,
subject
cool.
or anything.
Go on, son.
I was gonna mention you mentioned U2 earlier, right?
Yeah,
Do you remember
because
back
he
in
was-
the
he
day
was there
when
with
we had this
U2
other
as well.
story about this guy Salman Rushdie, who wrote a book called The Satanic Verses? Remember him?
Yeah.
Right. Remember one day U2 turn up, and guess who they pluck out the woodwork? Salman Rushdie's on
Salman
stage, even though the
fucking
guy is living
Rushdie.
in hiding because Iran have exclaimed, or Islam have exclaimed, a death penalty on this guy, right? And yet there he is on a U2 gig in front of tens of thousands of people. And he does the same with the leaders of Northern Ireland, the Catholic and the Protestant leaders a few years ago. Bono gets the two people who hate each other on stage holding hands. And you're like, there's something not quite right there. Something's not quite jiving. Do they all perhaps know each other? Could that be?
I mean, and Bono's been, and you get these actors and musicians, and they they're part of the politicians' crew, right? What the hell, as a musician, a singer, got to do? Why are they being? They've got nothing to do there at all. It just shows you that it's an agenda to tie popular people to politics and political agendas. That's all it is.
It's sad, Campbell, because you've got the same guy like Bono doing philanthropy with bloody Bill Gates.
What?
That, Sarah?
Don't even say that word.
Don't ever say philanthropy and Bill Gates in the same sentence. They don't. They don't jive.
I know.
Man.
I thought it might go down well.
That little prick.
I thought it would go down well.
So, what's that, Sarah?
I've heard
your
it does go down well.
Sarah, your mic keeps getting cut out by our three mics. Whenever one of us talks, it cuts your mic out. I don't know.
Come on,
I
guys.
don't know if have you plugged in or are you
Quiet
using?
and let the lady speak.
Yeah. Go on, Sarah.
No, it's all good. And honestly, I think it's actually for the better, because when I think with the way it ends up flowing, it's not a big deal. You guys do end up letting me cut in, so I appreciate you saying that, but we're good. I am going to get a better mic, and I think that's the problem, and that's why you see me keep leaning forward, because I don't have my like headphones for some reason. I can't get it to work when we use StreamYard. Anyway, so I forgot what I was going to say now. So because I also have goldfish syndrome, which is what I was going to say. It's not age. It's part energy. And if any of you or any of us were like, you kind of assess now that you might have ADHD, I can't tell you how many people have offered me their Ritalin. And I've been like, Sarah, you should try this. I had a coworker who was managers of these durable medical equipment companies. He lived way farther down, but I'll never forget it. He was like, Sarah, I really think you should try this so we can get through the workday. And it was because I had different ideas of what I wanted to do to organize, because the place was a mess. This manager had walked out when the first day of my job, and then I took over her job. But anyway, I think that we get so excitable, and then we have so much we have going, and I think we're all pinging off of each other so much that it's not that you're actually literally forgetting it. Like your brain just switches into the next thing. You know what I mean?
I'll settle for that.
If you actually look, I'm this joke now that it happens to us all the time.
Yeah, you're not forgetting. You just got an overactive mind. That's it.
Yeah.
You're too smart to remember.
Exactly. Actually,
we have just all got ADHD.
ADHD. I mean, Ritalin, man. I mean, you can imagine that meaning, right? How do we get young kids on speed? I don't know. Let's just tell them that it's called Ritalin, right? And let's invent, that kids with a bit of energy and imagination, they've got this disease called ADHD, and we'll give them speed. Yeah,
I don't get that. I never understood that.
Yeah,
I know, right? It's supposed to be the sort of, two positives create the negative kind of thing.
Okay.
I know, right? Yeah.
That's why THC is a wonderful thing for me, because I feel like it calms me and I can focus a little bit more.
Well, pot would be a lot better for, if ADHD was a problem for people, that would actually calm them down.
Right,
and collect their thoughts,
give them a drop of RSO and they'll just be...
But the amount of kids that started off on Ritalin and then found speed on the street and became full-on addicts is just ridiculous. It's just...
totally. It's rampant.
Yeah.
And they do the same with, mental, issue drugs, whatever you call them, all these things they're giving people who've got attachments, and they're calling them,
Yeah, and it's weird how
in your head.
they're told by their doctor that they'll probably have to be on this medication for their life.
For life.
But then you literally watch that person get worse and worse, and the medications just keep getting more and more. And these are the patients that I saw in my clinic, and these are the patients that now they might not even be that overweight, but they're so bogged down by so much other crap that now they have a breathing issue, now they have a sleep issue, now they need a machine on top of everything else.
But as they're doing it, the addiction to the drugs means that they don't see that.
And
that's a hell of a business, right?
Yeah.
Talk about repeat customers.
But
exactly. Why does talk therapy not work? Because you're rehashing the memory instead of rewiring it, which is why now there's all these new innovative processes for that.
And why don't people get that means that doctors can't heal us? Like, they're full of crap, clearly.
Because they're treating... Sorry, go ahead, Rich.
Sorry.
Misdiagnosis, and
misdiagnosis. Does she live
what's the word? Just prescribing the wrong drugs. Like when I left my wife, when I left my ex-wife, November 2007, I left my ex-wife, and I was, for a couple of months afterwards, I was feeling really, really bad, and I got a bit suicidal. And I went to the doctors and I said to them, look, I know this sounds like a load of bullshit, but I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna hurt myself, man. You need to give me something. You need to give me, when I get these thoughts that make me think like this, you need to give me something that will just shut me off. And I think I've been reading up about diazepam, and I think diazepam or Xanax would do it. And the doctor went, yeah, I'm not going to give you that. I'm going to give you this. And it was an antipsychotic. and I read the side effects of it afterwards. Like, so I went back and I started taking this thing, and all that happened was that I got more and more suicidal. And then there came a point where I was stood there in the kitchen with a knife on my wrist, and I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck am I actually doing? This medication was meant to stop this, and it's just, I'm even more likely now to do it than I was 3 days ago. And so I went back to the doctor. To the doctor and was like, what the fuck are you doing giving me this shit? You've made me want to kill myself even more, giving me this. And you read the side effects, and one of the side effects is suicidal thoughts.
Richie,
Give me something to stop me having suicidal thoughts, and he gives me something to give me suicidal thoughts.
Richie, really quick, just to explain that. I'm not trying to validate any of it, okay? Because I think regardless, there's other side effects on top of those, but that's actually supposed to not. They're supposed to warn you of that immediately. That if your thoughts worsen, you come back in right away, because more or less it's like whatever chemical balancing, and they probably figured out with their DNA that they gave you wasn't right for you. You needed to try something else, because that's exactly what because that's actually not that normal. And what's funny is there's other medications like quitting, like one of the best quitting smoking medications that ever came was called Chantix. It was one of the most effective, but guess what? The number one side effect of it was, and why most people could not take it was like severe depression, and it was quick, and it was like you had to check it. And I even had this woman I worked with, and she was on it, and it was like her mood was like,
But what that says to me is they've got no fucking idea what they're doing. Oh, we're going to try this cocktail, and if that doesn't work, we'll try this cocktail. When in actual fact, if what they've done is what I did to myself in 2016, if they'd told me what I learned, if they told me what I'd learned by 2016 and told me to do what I did in 2016, I would have cured my depression in 3 weeks. And I wouldn't have gone through 16 years of depression.
You're doing this on purpose, because what did we used to do all the time? We used to sing and we used to dance. So we used to shake. Do you have any idea how effective, if you're feeling stressed, you probably look like a freaking idiot, but just start dancing, because you're literally doing everything you move. What do witch doctors do? Lymph massages.
We danced on stage and got the 500 people dancing with us yesterday. It was awesome.
Yes. That's awesome.
You're expelling the energy in a positive way. You're using that energy, but in not it's not destructive. The way you're doing it, it's almost creative, because you can be expressive in the way you do it, and it's like creative. What's the word? What is that dance?
Creative expression.
Expression.
One thing I wanted to say really quick before we switch off of that other topic is that they know exactly what they're doing. And part of it is I do think it's connected to DNA, that they do already have some understanding of this, because one of the things is that there are certain medications that are actually a little bit oddly crucial right now, until I think that maybe there's further research on the herbal side of things. But like what I'm getting at is there's a specific type of breast cancer, and one of the only cures for it, even outside of natural elements, is actually a very specific medication. Almost like they created it, so they created the one and only cure, right? But it's this very fast progressing type of breast cancer. And there's this really interesting story actually about from a guy who, interestingly, debated flat Earth, by the way. What's his name? I'm lifting the veil. His name is like Colin Smith, and he's done some really interesting symbology. I think he's definitely
Colin,
we all have ego issues, right? Anyway, so he
it's not who I think it is.
Oh, he told a really good story, and it's actually
Colin, Cullen, Colin Smith. He's a weird, kind of a weird looking guy, isn't he?
If it's who I think he is, he's a grifter. 100%.
Yeah. It is. It's that dude. Yeah, it is that dude.
That's
what I'm thinking.
Shouldn't listen to anything he says.
No, we've already determined this, because I sent you a link, and you're like, "Oh no, that's not who I thought it was." But he actually debated. Santos. He actually specifically, Santos and him
Yeah.
knew. They had a Facebook thing together or something, and then they started shit talking. Santos got back from prison, and there was all the shit talking going on, and I guess they had a beef. So the whole first part of their freaking debate is them just bitching at each other about defaming each other, and it's like, damn it, you guys! Like, I want a real debate here. Come on.
Yeah. The trouble is, this is what I was going to say earlier about arguing with people. That is when somebody doesn't have an argument, they then they make it personal, because they don't have anything to say against the information you're giving, and so they then turn it personal.
Yeah,
you know,
definitely, and there's an ego thing. That's like I was saying. So really quick though, the reason I was bringing him up was because he actually told a really good personal story though, because he's a hard pusher on he is not a big pharma fan. But he's done his due diligence and good research with all the natural and non-natural. And his partner got this breast cancer. She refused to go get a biopsy or go to the doctor or anything. And she was with a group of friends that had already done this themselves. She connected with people who had survived breast cancer and had never went to the doctor. Okay. And there's certain natural cells. This is very it's very fascinating because it's sort of like the concept of having small amounts of wormwood. You never want to take too much. It's very poisonous for us, but actually in small amounts, there's like antiviral properties. And it's like the same thing with, I should be careful about talking about this. This is a disclaimer. I don't know crap. It's not a cure-all. Turpentine, because that's like one thing, or turpentine.
Natural gum.
Turpentine. And reading the YouTube guidelines, and they're like, if you mention this as a cure-all. So anyway, his partner, she had this very specific type of breast cancer, but they didn't know it. So she did this type of salve, and it was like underneath her breast. Okay, so it's like this. It's called like a black cell, and more or less what it does, it eats away at the skin. But it does eat away at the skin. Okay, and there's like a whole healing thing you have to do after you use that. Well, the problem is that it didn't do shit to the cancer. It didn't help. She ended up with a gaping wound for 1.5 years and extreme pain. By the time she went into the hospital to get checked, it had spread everywhere. And she gave up. She decided to die. And the thing is that's sad is that she probably was still savable, I think, because I think there's a whole other thing about prayer and mindset that if you really focus on it, I think there's something, and I would like to try to prove it to some extent.
It has been proven.
I shouldn't. Yeah.
They've also,
I want to do more experiments.
There's also, right, and now I can't remember what it's called, but there's something else, and it's a natural protein that the human body produces itself. There's a doctor and his wife got arrested and sent to prison in France for curing people with this thing. I can't remember what it's called, but it's something that we produce naturally, and it's purely through the diet. It's about what you eat that actually creates
glutamine. What is it?
It's.
I'm gonna write this down.
You know what I'm. You know what.
I know what you're talking about. I can't get the word though. It's
Yeah, it's something.
I can find it on my bottle, but I can't.
But it's a completely natural human protein. It's a completely natural human protein that we can produce ourselves. It's just about what we're eating in the diet, right? So our bodies can cure cancer ourselves without any chemicals. All we need is to be eating the right food.
Yeah. So what did I remember? I told this story when I first started on the channel, but one of the biggest reasons I've altered and realized like I have to go to alternate medicine ways because I had way too many patients come in and tell me that they themselves or a close family member had cured themselves of stage 3 or stage 4 cancer by going to this clinic in Mexico, sitting on an IV for 2 weeks, so like 8 hours a day, and switching to an alkaline diet.
Well, that'll do it too, because like cancer can't live in an alkaline environment.
Yeah.
And by the way, is the most acidic. And so a lot of times they're just telling people cut that out, cut tomatoes out, and have grapes, white grapes, and red
cut sugar out because cancer loves sugar.
But I think it's good to cut it out, but if you have it in small amounts and you detox, I don't think it's like as detrimental.
I think it's actually processed. It's processed sugar that's most dangerous. Like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, white processed sugar is very bad. Don't that.
So I get as much as I can in all natural sugars, like what I add to what I bake or cook, and same thing with what I buy. We have good options here, you know, like
I've got all the answers, man, already. And anyway, I've got to cruise, guys. It's getting late here, and I'm slowly dying.
No worries, dude. It's got to be
nice to meet you,
in the morning, hasn't it?
Yeah, you too, Sven. So yeah, thanks for having me on. And I will say that there is no such thing as a side effect, just an effect.
Yeah.
I'll leave a comment on your latest video, Campbell, because I was saying to Richie earlier, I had a couple of questions for you because you're a man of great knowledge when it comes to hidden history and such like, without me blowing smoke. Yeah, I'll get it. So I'll leave a comment or something, somehow find a way to communicate with you in some way.
Yeah, or Telegram if you like, at Campbell on Telegram or something. Yeah.
All right, okay. I'll see what I can do.
I'll get the link to Telegram to you.
Yeah, there's links.
I'll the link.
Richie knows how to get in contact with me, so yeah.
Cool.
Brilliant.
Awesome. Nice to meet you. Thanks, guys in chat.
Big love, man. Thanks very much, dude. See you soon.
See ya.
We'll ask him to come back and we'll do a hidden history show with you and him, Sven.
That'd be
You
great.
guys
That'd be cool, man.
I'd love that.
One thing I want to say really quick that's going to change the subject a little bit, but I just found it because I wrote it down. I was in the middle of a work meeting with these head honchos at this hospital, right? And so they always have legal there because they're talking about contracts, okay? So it's very like, well, he brought up this term and I had to write it down because I was like, what? I haven't heard of this before. And it's called promissory Gestapo. It's a legal term that more or less means it's a legal obligation. So due to a contract, that if you're promised something, you can actually take somebody to court for it not following through. Nice.
What was it called again? Say that again, sorry.
It's called promissory Gestapo. And it may just be a US thing. I'm not positive on that. But it's more or less saying if you have a contract with, which isn't our birth certificate a contract? Mm-hmm. Isn't the Constitution
a registration? So it's not. Yeah, it's a registration.
So
it's a registration contract between.
We could hold our, higher ups accountable and take them all to court just on that right now and saying you promised so many things. Just have like a a rolling list, just going of all these things. Anyway, I just saw that, and so I had to bring it up because goldfish.
what I'd like to do is actually go back to the system, go back to the Crown, and say, actually, that was my parents that signed that, and I think I'm of legal age now. I'd like to take responsibility, and I don't want to be registered with you. Thank you very much. And I'll have my certificate of live birth, please.
I'd like to have my contract terminated.
Yeah, because a contract normally, as far as my knowledge goes, requires two partners at least, right, for it to be valid.
Parties, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, from that standpoint alone, it's actually null and void because it's been done without your consent, hasn't it? But as we know, the times now are structured in such a way that you have to always opt out of things. And if they don't tell you, you're opted in. And it's with everything, whether it's getting out of a hire purchase deal for your car or changing your telecommunications provider, whatever it is, you have to always opt out. Otherwise, it just rolls on, and you're the one that's screwed.
Yeah.
And the worst thing is that we don't realize that just by certain responses and certain phrases and terminology, by using that, we are opting in. So when we call ourselves, if you call yourself Mr. So-and-so, you're opting in just by calling yourself Mr. If you call yourself, if you say you're an individual or that you're a person or that you're a human being, you are opting into their system by accepting that you're a fictional, a corporate fiction.
You're also opting in if you say to a police officer, you do understand when he asks you, do you understand?
Exactly. or even if you answer any questions at all, really, if you answer any questions, you're automatically entering into contract with them. So if you're dealing with a police officer, you should always respond with questions. So they say, will you give me your name, please? And you say, am I legally obliged to do that? And they say, what's your name? Am I legally obliged? Yes, you are. Well, people call me Richie. Do you have any identification on you? Are you and then like this is completely in my head, right? This is the scenario in my head. I don't know if it would play out, but I'd like to be able to say, do you agree, just before I answer any more questions, can we just agree that I am a man? And I'll say yes. And you say, can we just agree as well, further to that, can we please just agree that I'm living? Yes. So you agree that I am a living man? Yes. Well, in that case, you're not able to engage in any further conversation with me, because I'm a living man and you're operating as a fictional corporate entity, as an officer of the law, or as a constable of the law. You're a fictional corporate entity, and the living cannot speak to the dead.
Yeah, and you're totally right. And let me just switch gears, but remain on that topic. So when you have a scenario that happens, as did with us a year and a half or so ago, when a group of us went on a coach heading towards London to go to a demonstration, and we get stopped at Hillingdon coach station and we get hijacked for 3.5 hours and 9 people get arrested and all that sort of stuff, even though we were quoting common law to them, standing our ground, standing in our power and all that good stuff. The next issue, and this is what's being tweaked every day and people aren't paying attention to it, are human rights, the policing bill, all those sorts of things that are being adjusted as we speak, right? The next issue is going to be, how do you interact and stand in your rights in front of somebody who is not recognizing that?
I have an important point to make.
And that is a one second. The only reason I'm saying it is because when you're actually confronted in that situation, when you're in that situation, in an ideal world, it would go like you're saying. In that situation, it doesn't work like that. And it's a problem.
Because who you're talking to, because the person that you're dealing with is generally 9 times out of 10 completely ignorant to the law and completely ignorant to what is actually legal, right? But I just want to point something out to you. You talk about human rights. Human is a corporate fiction. So human rights give rights to the owners of the like, it's basically the human rights relate to the corporation that owns that human, not to the living person. They relate to, let's
call it civil liberties,
because as a human you're a monster, you're chattel. You're not, you're a fictional corporate entity as a human, and so you have no rights because you're dead.
The point I'm making is clear, isn't it? And that is that in order to protect my personal rights, my kind of God-given, if you like, right?
Yeah.
That requires a party to recognize that and interact for that to work. And police officers, in this example, aren't there for that. They're not even there for law enforcement because they're not enforcing a law.
But what people have to recognize is that that is the case. So you're going to have to go through all that shit and rigmarole until you get to the court. And then when you go into the court, if you are fully knowledgeable of your rights and fully knowledgeable of your situation, and you're in control, then you can walk into that court as the highest authority in that court, right? Because
if it gets to that point,
right. So whatever that, you have to go through that shit to get to the court. For the court, if you're standing in your rights, the court, and if the court recognizes you as a living man or woman, not as a corporate, if you're stood there as a living man or woman, you're not taking the identity of the corporate fiction, the straw man. You're stood there in charge of. You are the postmaster general of all of the documents of that person, but you're not that person, right? And then what will happen is the judge will go, okay, that's a wrap. Thank you very much. Don't let the door hit you on your way out. And you won't hear anything about it afterwards. No charges will be brought.
Yeah.
Nothing will happen. But you won't be compensated. It won't get in the paper. Nobody will hear about it. Nobody, because they don't want anybody to know about it. But
yeah, no, of course,
nothing will happen to you. You will have gone through all of that shit before, but you'll come out on the other end clean.
Yeah, but it's all. But the point is, all of that shit before is not to be underestimated. Yeah, but all that shit before is not to be underestimated. A lot of people act under it. Trust me, I know a lot of people end up paying fines because they cannot be doing with the rigmarole of having to live in these times and also have to cope with a judiciary system that, of course, has got a crown in its badge, which tells you everything you need to know. Right.
But the thing is, the only reason that is because people are ignorant to what they need to do. People, like the amount of homework that we each have to do to find out exactly what our rights are and how to claim them, how to reclaim our sovereignty, how to reclaim our power of attorney. Because Sarah, you mentioned earlier about signing your power of attorney regarding your car, right? But you think it's regarding your car. It's not. It's regarding you. It's your power of attorney that you're signing over. So if we can educate ourselves to the point of being able to reclaim our sovereignty, reclaim our crown, then it doesn't matter what those drudgeons and what those minions and flying monkeys do, because we can always stand in the knowledge and the truth that once we get to the court of law, it will be shut down and they won't be able to do anything. Right? It won't ever go further than that point. That's so long as you don't react.
Yeah, no.
So long as you don't react, basically. If you react during this section, you'll fuck yourself up.
Yeah.
You have to be able to respond in honor and also legally, lawfully, and in honor. If you can respond legally, lawfully, and in honor with power of attorney and your sovereignty with your crown, so you're Postmaster General of all your documents, and you've got a certificate of life of living. You've got a certificate from a coroner to say that you are a living man, right? You're the highest authority in that court. There's nothing they can do. You're a higher authority than the Queen.
Yeah.
In any court in the land.
Yeah, but like I said, Richie, I'm not on about the court bit. I'm on about the bit way before that. The point I was trying to make, though, is that the only reason that happens before is because of ignorance. That's the only reason. Well, but the police are in charge in that situation. But the police are in charge.
So what you have to do in that situation is just do what you're told. You don't have to answer questions, right? You don't have to answer questions, but if they say go and sit there, you go and sit there. And if they say you sit in that cell for 2 days, you sit in that cell for 2 days, and you fucking suck it up, because
that's exactly what's happening all the time.
When you get to the court, there's nothing they can do, and
that's fine. That's fine, but I know, but those days going through all that, trust me, is stress. It's stress.
I've been lucky enough to not actually, it's a good job that I'm here in Tenerife, because if I was living in England, I know I would have been arrested by now, right?
Probably.
The only reason I haven't gone out there here in Tenerife is because the only way you can be here in Tenerife is to either keep your fucking mouth shut and stay under the radar, or toe the line. It's the only way you can stay here in Tenerife, because if you're not toeing the line and you're not keeping your mouth shut, they'll fuck you off. They'll either put you in prison or they'll kick you off the island. Simple. And the police are corrupt. The government's corrupt. It's all corrupt. So, because there's no protests or demonstrations going on here, I've not gone out. Because of the situation, I've not gone out. Whereas in England, where I'd feel more, I'd be like, this is my fucking island. I'm English, blah, 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 right? I would have been at those protests in 2020, and I would have ended up putting something over the top of a policeman's head after watching them smash into a woman and smash her to the floor and, be violent and nasty towards women and old women. I wouldn't have been able to hold my temper. I would have
even
launched at them and ended up in bloody prison.
But the point I was going to make to that one is you wouldn't have even had to do that to get arrested, Richie. And that's the point I'm making, right? And that's why times have changed here in England now. And that's what we've been demonstrating against. And that's why this talk coming up is so important to me on a personal level. That's why I get so triggered when I talk about this topic, and I get so enthused around it, because it's something that's very close to my heart. Even though I said wrongly human rights, what I meant was civil liberties, God-given rights, right?
Yeah.
I should be allowed to talk to you about any topic I want to. Thank you very much. In
Freedom
any
of
setting
speech.
I want to, whenever I want to.
Freedom
And
of
I don't
speech.
need a higher authority to tell me otherwise.
Yeah.
And that's something that really grips my shit.
And also, you have the right, and you have more than anything, you have the right to discern for yourself who's telling you the truth and who's lying to you. You're intelligent enough to work it out. You don't need some fucking daddy figure coming and telling you, don't listen to them and you can listen to them. Sorry, Sarah, go on.
Nothing. It's just like, then at this point, we're a religion, because if religions are allowed to believe whatever they choose to, maybe based on their own books and narrative, then this is exactly why we're allowed to speak about whatever the hell we want to.
Right.
We're not harming a single soul in this. There's no aggression or anger in this. Well, I shouldn't say none, but and we're working on our triggers. But we're just trying to have a conversation.
We are working on our triggers, young Sarah. We are, and we are doing so right this moment, because it's a topic it's the foundation stone of being, isn't it? To be able to be. We all are individuals. We all are unique. We know that, because we are us. I am me. That's it. And nobody gives me the right, or gives that. Nobody has the right, let's say, but unfortunately they actually do. They've given themselves that right, that authority to impose themselves on us. And the squeeze is getting more and more and more, and it's very subtle.
Well, they've tricked us. They've deceived us into giving them the right.
Yeah, of course they have.
They've deceived us into allowing it. They've programmed us into accepting it. Yeah. Yeah. And
it reminds me of a great scene in a film where a couple of people go to a gypsy caravan site to buy a caravan, and they buy a caravan and just on Snatch, and just before they leave the camp, just as they leave the campsite, the caravan behind them, the new one they've just bought, has collapsed. The axle breaks and the wheels come off. Well, what are they going to do? They bought it. They didn't ask the gypsies, is the caravan okay? They didn't check it to see if it works or not, or if it might be defect or anything like that. No, they bought it believing the other person. So it's their responsibility, is it not? Yes, they were lied to, but they complied, right? They were all right going along with it without double checking and carrying out due diligence. And this is the thing.
I have an experience that I worked for a doctor when I first started as a private doctor. He had his own practice, and he was trying to retire, so he was trying to sell it. And the person that bought it sued him because more or less she said that he didn't properly provide her with the correct information about one of the insurance company was going to start I can't think of the word, implementing a new policy, which was more or less going to cut funding by like 50 or plus %. And it was, the thing was, the sleep community was making bank off of these sleep studies because they were very expensive. But now all of a sudden these insurance companies, because Medicare came in and said, we're not going to pay. So all the other ones were trickling down. And this is kind of what's happening here in the US right now. So anyway, she sued the doctor I worked for because she was trying to say to him that he didn't give her this information, when it's like, wait a second, she didn't win the case because the judge was like, well, why? That was up to you. You could have gotten newsletter notifications from this insurance company. It wasn't up to him to tell you this before you bought it, because she's trying to say, she's hemorrhaging money because she wasn't notified, but it was up to her to do the work. And that's what the judge called her out on.
Right. And that's the problem. That's this opting out thing that we were talking about earlier, isn't it? They're not going to tell you, but if you don't, it's on you, sort of thing. And it's like, well, that's upside down. It's like when you go to a doctor, if you're lucky to see one, or not lucky, actually, I'll rephrase that. If you're after seeing a doctor and you go to see a doctor, that doctor will ask you what they can do for you. Well, what am I? Am I in a hotel? You know, I mean, aren't you here to help me because I have ailments? Isn't that your job? Yeah, it's all flipped around. A lot of that stuff is flipped around.
Like Richie demanding. He went into the doctor's office and was like, "You have to give me something for my problem." I can't tell you how often that does actually happen, because we've been indoctrinated to believe that that's our only answer, that you have to go to the doctor and there's no other cure. Hey, don't sit at home and just wait it out. And that's what's funny. It's like at a young age, like I knew that. My mom would be like, maybe we should go to the doctor. No, I'm good, Mom. Just give me one more day. And often it was kind of odd because I almost only ever got like 24-hour sickness, and I would get over things really quick. But yeah, it's like you were meant to. It's like, just wait a second, because what is stress? What does anxiety do to your breathing? You hyperventilate, right? What do we know now about deep breathing? It changes everything. So just stop and take some deep breaths.
There's another thing about when you get sick as well. When we get a temperature, right, we've all been basically programmed to say, oh my God, it's potentially dangerous, which it is. If your temperature raises too much, it's bad. But you have a temperature of 104, and you'll do everything you can to bring that temperature down as quickly as you can, right? But what if your body's meant to be running at 104 for a little bit, because the bacteria and shit, or whatever it is that's messing with you, cannot survive in those conditions, but you can. So your body overheats itself to flush out the shit that's in your system, and it's uncomfortable and horrible, and you have the shivers and your sweats, and it's horrible, but you're not going to die. You just go through that for a couple of days, maintain your water levels, make sure you hydrate yourself, and everything will be fine at the end of it. You know, take honey and vitamin C and natural things, you know, and your body will get over it. Like, it's like, oh my God, I've got a temperature. Well, yeah, it's because it's your body's defense mechanism. And yeah, you get a headache and you feel like shit, but you're not gonna die. You might feel like it, but you're not, you know?
Yeah. My ex cut his leg pretty bad, and it was quite a whole ordeal at the end of the day, because he did it in a river. It was like end of the season in Central Oregon, so there's just cows that walk through the rivers in that area. So it's just, and they use pesticides like crazy out there and stuff too. Not absolutely everywhere, but a lot. And so they did kind of throw like every single antibiotic at him, but he was like having crazy fever. I ended up getting him to sweat it out before we had to go to the hospital, but he was kind of a hypochondriac a little bit. And so, because he got himself so worked up about it, when I was at work, I found out he had gone to the ER like 5 times in the span of him having had this, you know, because he was getting fever-like symptoms. And the minute he'd get like a little heart twinge and that feverish symptom, he'd run over to the hospital instead of, you know. And then the funny thing is, I've told you guys, like I did multiple things with him where we tried the doctor route, didn't work. It's like, okay, can I try something? And then, you know, and so I think I had him taking apple cider vinegar and flushing. I had him like drinking a lot and just flushing out. And then we had to, because he ended up getting C. diff from being on all these different antibiotics. And funny enough, I never got it. It's very contagious. I never got it the entire time he had it. And how we got rid of it was they kept throwing more antibiotics at him, just more and more and more. And eventually I said, okay, if it's okay, I'm going to ask you to stop taking these. And I had him start a whole probiotic regimen. So it was natural probiotics, eating it, but then also I had him taking a supplement for a while. And like a few months or a month later, it was gone. So, you know, it's...
There you go.
Anyway, it's a good point. It's like we need to be a little more aware of how strong we are. And when you first feel something, don't let it's about your mind. It's about mind control. Don't manifest something worse, because you will literally get your heart rate to come up and you will get your breathing to speed up just on that alone. So acknowledge it that it's happening. No big deal. You're allowed to freak out every once in a while, right? Or have a kind of moment. I still get that. Then you just.
But you just tell yourself. You remind yourself, right? So this happened. You know, when I had that sickness after the lunar eclipse, woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning, went out, saw the lunar eclipse. Then later on in the day, helped that guy out that had he was diabetic, and he'd had all the jabs. I helped him out walking up to the top of the hill, and then boom, it hit me, and I was like 7 or 8 days. I was really bad, and I forgot. Oh man, what's the point, Rich?
See, John, told you this happens.
Well,
something with
I hate to say it, but I'm actually quite relieved it doesn't just happen to me. That's
No, it doesn't just happen to you, dude.
It's not
happens to me right in the middle of a fucking conversation. Right in the middle of a right in the mid sentence. Hang on a sec. What was I talking about?
Welcome to my world.
And it doesn't matter if I've had THC or weed or not. That doesn't make
Right. You just see me roll up. This is a cigarette. I was explaining to Sarah before. I roll up my cigarettes into king size Rizzlers because there is this sort of psychosomatic kind of placebo type of, yeah, it's a joint. I'll just tell myself it's a joint. I'll ignore the fact it tastes like a shitty cigarette, and I'll just pretend it's a joint, and I'll try to remember what it feels like to get high. So maybe that's all it is.
Orange juice.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Freshly squeezed.
Big Pharma, but in the form of orange juice.
Just every morning, drink some lemon water, and you can, and then like some people are talking about, like they used to take a tablespoon of baking soda with their water in the morning because it's about pushing yourself alkaline. But the reason we've become so acidic is because everything's so processed. So honestly, it's like you can actually go to a place and get pH strips, pee on the pH strip. It's going to tell you right now, Sven, if that soda is really making you acidic, because you might be able to counterbalance it. And it's also a mindset thing too. I think there's probably a frequency set that actually changes alkaline. What is alkaline and acidity? Isn't it a positive and negative? See, and I'm learning this. I'm kind of relearning
negative.
In biology.
Alkaline is negative, yeah. Acidic is positive, alkaline is negative. -7 to +7.
Yeah. It all comes down to the electromagnetic web. So it's all connected in that way, and the frequency thing, and that's what we're finding out. And see, I'm not positive
and the
yet.
color as well.
Vibration. I think it's off frequency. It's like they're like tuning it to like static instead of tuning it to the radio station where things flow, right? Like I think that.
Right, this just occurred to me as well. Think of the color spectrum of acidic to alkaline. Is it the same as the rainbow? Because if acidic is red and alkaline is violet, purple violet, that's the same. That's the same as the root chakra and the crown chakra.
Yeah.
So is there a green and a yellow in between, an orange, yellow, green, and blue?
Maybe there is a depiction that shows exactly what you're talking about. I feel like I've seen him possibly even show it on his like intro video. He's got good pictures of that, and this is all stuff I'm trying to research because it's all effing connected.
Yeah, it is all connected. That's absolutely right.
Right. So talking about the rainbow, right? I don't know how many people know or how many people have noticed, but the rainbow is flipped. Now, red's on the top and purple's on the bottom, right? But back in the 80s and 90s, and certainly before any Mandela effects were getting noticed, it was the other way around. Red was on the bottom, red and orange and right? Because red's at the bottom, because the rainbow reflects our chakras. Exactly, the rainbow exactly reflects our 7 chakras, and
there we go.
Red is not at the top; it's at the bottom.
Be right back.
There you go. There's the chakras right there. That's the colours of the chakras.
Damn.
You got to mute again, Sarah. I don't know if you meant to do that. But yeah, so the rainbow now is the red on the top, but red should be at the bottom. And if you think about it, everybody's in balance. Everybody's carnal, lower vibration, the lower vibration
Upside down.
frequencies.
Yeah.
It's upside down. Everything is upside down, and it even
Absolutely.
it's shown in the rainbow.
It's everything is upside down. It's a direct connection. People's behaviors are upside down. The way things work in life are upside down. You know, the general principles by which we live are upside down. Everything is upside down.
Yeah.
Everything.
It's
duality,
like
dare I say.
Yeah, but it's like a mirror reflection, or
backwards.
It's polarity. It's polarity. It's duality. It's all of those things, which for me, it shows how that's a really important, that's the state of the realm, is polarity and duality, and it's very dualistic.
Absolutely.
And but because we are capable of both sides of the spectrum, that means that we're capable of balancing in the middle. And what they do is they focus on us picking a side. They say, pick a side. You're either with us or against us. It's red or green. It's black or white. It's left or right. It's
binary. Yeah.
And then they try and confuse it with the genders thing. But with picking a side, you're either on Vladimir Putin's side or you're on Vladimir Zelensky's side. And what about that? Vladimir and Vladimir. Vladimir and Vladimir, the two people battling out against each other.
Well, allegedly, yeah.
It's a joke.
Of course it is.
It's a fucking joke. And the whole Freemasonic black and white checkerboard, two pillars, Boaz and Joachim, that they've got us all stuck in this black and white paradigm where there's no nuance. Right,
that's
but the whole. Go on.
No, go on, mate. I'm just going to say that they were the parameters I was talking about earlier when I was saying, we have to understand that we can go wider with those parameters and not be stuck in the ones that they've set us. That's what I was going to say, mate. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's about the middle path. Like, if they're saying there's only this way and this way, and those two sides are completely polarized. Maybe it's the Libra in me, but I want to take the point in the middle. I want to see, because both sides exist, which means, as far as I'm concerned, if both sides exist, then they're both, then there's nothing we can do about that. The fact that both sides exist, we've got to find a balance. We've got to be able to find the nuance between the left and the right, and and
it's all about balance, isn't it?
So we don't fit into the food chain here on Earth. We don't fit into the food chain. Why is that? Perhaps because we're not meant to be a part of the food chain. What we're meant to do is be here to be custodians of the realm, to take care of it, to nurture it, to be the gardeners and the builders and the planters and the seeders and all of that. We're meant to be helping
inheritors.
It all. Right, the inheritors. But because we have the spiritual side and we have the physical side, we're a spiritual being having a physical experience. We've also got the soul part of it. There's the spirit, the soul, and the physical side. Well, that means that we have to balance that. We have to balance the spiritual and the physical, and that I see that as our role here, as providing the conduit, the balance between the physical and the spiritual. Because we're so out of balance, that's why things are so fucked up, because they put us out, because the only way for them to take control is to put us out of balance and to put us in fear, to put to remove our knowledge, to remove our understanding and our connection to what's going on,
to weaken our foundations.
Yeah, exactly. And then they can take control.
Look at the fact that both of these show green in the middle as the neutral.
Yeah.
And think about the fact
chakra.
It's such an important color. That's the color that Zelensky's been wearing. That's, you know, the emerald green. They show it.
Right, but it's also the color of the horse of death. When death comes in, when the seventh seal or whatever it is opened, and death enters the scene, he's on a green horse. So, like Jacob Israel has been saying, oh, Zelensky's always wearing green. Look at this green. The Queen wore green. It's all reference to the horse of death, which I thought was a pale horse. I thought death's horse was a pale horse, but that seems to have changed now. There's been some sort of Mandela effect that now there's a fucking green horse.
There's just on that briefly, Richie. I remember there's an old King Arthur story where there's a green knight.
Yes,
and I think
the Black Knight.
There's
the Black Knight and the Green Knight.
Yeah, there's the one with the Green Knight is that I think he talks to one of the, who is it? Is it Arthur or someone else? I can't remember the story now. It's a myth, of course. But he talks about how he gives him the option that if he chops his head off, the knight's head, that he will come back in a year and do the same to him.
Yeah.
So what happens is the knight gets his head chopped off, the Green Knight, and lo and behold, after a year, he does come back to exert his end of the deal. And actually, it was a double bluff, and he doesn't end up, but he wanted to see the bravery of Arthur, whether Arthur would be prepared to offer his head in return, kind of thing. And he was, and that's why this myth starts, blah, blah. But the color of that knight making that big overall decision, authoritative, life and death, duality is green.
Yeah.
It's a green knight in that story.
Which is like this balance, neutrality, and the heart chakra is green because the heart, it's your heart that is able to balance things using compassion and empathy, and you know, like we think that our brains are, that's where our mind is, but I don't think it is. I don't think the brain is where the mind lies. The brain is a processor, and that's all it is. It's able to make make your body function, but it's not where your thought originates. Your thought.
I think you're right. I think it's more instinctual. Yeah.
It's outside influence, and it's coming actually from your heart, because they've already proven scientifically that the heart is intuitive and reacts faster than the brain does. They've already proven that. They've proven that the electromagnetic field of the heart is like 400 times bigger than the brain or something. It's fucking huge in comparison, the electromagnetic field of the heart. So,
I mean, when I walk in my room here, I can switch the lights on without even accessing the switch on the door. My head is so electrified. It's amazing.
And think about as well,
and illuminate the whole building.
What else is the color green in mythological history?
Well, it's for me, it's the mixture of blue and yellow, which is a prominent color.
Right, but what beings are green?
Well, aliens, aren't they?
Well, they're grey.
Aren't they?
Or like,
do they not exist?
The reptiles are meant to be green and black and brown.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of elves. Right, elves are green, and they come from the emerald realm. They're, you know, it's all green from elvish times. And elf 11, the number 11, and elven. There seems to be this connection between the number 11 and elven.
Yeah, elf in German means 11. The word elf is a German word, and it means 11.
There you go. Well, but I mean, I couldn't even remember that.
I happen to know that it's 11. Yeah.
7. I can remember up to 7. 7, octo.
8, 9, 10.
9, 10. Yeah. 10.
Guys, where's what the flock when you need them?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I don't know.
Shut us.
Paul, where are you, dude? So,
I haven't seen him on here in a while.
Yeah, I mean, we've been hoodwinked in such an unbelievably. But like, you have to kind of take your hat off to them, don't you? Really, me, I say, do you know what? I got to take my hat off to that, because you had me fooled for a long time. Well, actually, no, they never had me completely fooled, because there was always this little, you know, rebellious thought or whatever in my head saying, this is bullshit, this is bullshit, this doesn't add up, this isn't right. When I was learning history at school, it was like, you're just retelling the same story. You're just retelling the same story over and over again, like just changing the characters. That's all that's happening there. What's that you got there? The musical spiral's got notes,
Sacred
it's got
geometry.
colours as well. Yeah, that's Fibonacci sequence there. That's
There's your shellfish,
Mandelbrot,
or whatever it is, the shell that you find on the shore.
the conch.
Yeah, that's why I pulled it up, because I thought, oh, that's good.
Yeah, that is the shape of a conch, isn't it?
And a staircase going down.
Yeah, that's the sacred geometry spiral.
That's right. Sacred geometry. Yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Which is musical. Like, that's, yeah, I mean, Pythagoras sorted that out as well, didn't he? With harmonies and the pentagraphic,
So we're told
pentatonic notes and all that. Anyway, we've been going for 3 hours, guys, and yeah, I went to go and have a look at the live stream. That
Yeah, let's do the chat for a little bit. You guys are okay with that?
Yeah, he's put the video on private, so I can't do that. I went to go and look.
Whose video? What?
Dave, Trinity 4. Where's? Oh my God! Oh, they've taken it off my. Right, you bastards. Yeah, we're not even going to be able to see it. The live stream that he just did, he's made private, so we can't see. I did have it on. We had it on in the background for a little bit. You could see that he was talking to a couple of people.
Yeah, yeah. We had Campbell on, so it was like good to have that kind of playing while we were chatting, and I think, hey, Near's here.
Near, dude. Hey, buddy,
Near.
do you want to come on? Near,
Hello,
do you want to
Near.
come on, mate? I'll send you a link, Near.
Listen, once Near's come on, afterwards I'll stay for a few minutes, but then I'll have to start going as well, mate, because it will be time for me to nip to the shop before they close, basically.
And Sven, just keep us posted. If you know, we're going to keep trying to do the Sunday morning show. So if you have time, you want to jump on. It's been a delight to have you. So thank you.
Thank you for having me. No, honestly, what did my nan used to always say? I mean, you couldn't say it now as a nan to your kids, but she used to say, "Oh, that's all right, young Sven. The pleasure was mine. The baby is yours." I'm like, you know.
I love that weird old face.
I'm just quoting from the past. That's not my thoughts. Okay. Regurgitation.
No, that's hilarious.
Funny thing.
I love it. Yeah.
Funny things that our nans used to say, man.
Yeah, there's those quirky old sayings, isn't there? When you think, wow, I'd like to know the roots of those, or maybe I don't.
There is actually a book because there's a lot of old sayings in America, and it's very much connected to the slave trade time. So, like, what's the one? Oh, it's like I stopped saying it, and that's probably why I can't remember it right now, because it was like, oh yeah, this was something they used to say to their slaves to bring them in, or something weird like that. You know, I can't remember. There's a book, and I'll find it if I remember, and I'll share it. It's got a lot of that.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to make a show on. It's like the origins of nursery rhymes and stuff. Hi, Neil.
Hey, Sven. Hey, hello, Richie. How you doing?
We had a bit of an echo there. How you doing there? You've had your hair cut. Did you have a fight with a lawnmower?
I'm good, and everything over here is pretty nice. I saw almost, I think, the entire show. It was really great. Great job.
Oh, cool.
What's going on with your mic, dude?
Oh, yeah, I will try to. Just a second.
Sounds okay to me. Except for
I
there
can
is
hear
an
you.
echo, Richie, and I noticed it actually might be coming from you.
Do you know what? It probably is. I'm not wearing. Although I've got echo cancellation on, so it fucking shouldn't be.
Does my sound all right?
I don't think it's you. I thought for some reason I thought I was able to connect it to Richie, but I'm not positive. I don't hear it now. It's gone
No,
now.
I heard it when Nia came in. I heard
I
it
did
when
hear
Nia came in.
I did hear that, and then it sounded like he fixed it, and then yeah.
Yeah. Anyways.
Hey, can I say something really quick?
Go on.
Sorry, I'm just like slamming in today. It's how we got to get our words across. Never mind. I'll mention it later. But I just wanted to shout out to Manny.
Go on. I said, come on, say it. What is it you want to say, duh?
I see Manny back in here, and I just wanted to thank her for and I don't know if you had really mentioned to people, but hoping to have Manny on more often too, because I'm going to be working with her. Me and her, and she's got her channel, and her and I are kind of working on the same thing. So I hadn't told you yet this, Manny, been meaning to send messages, but it's been kind of a crazy week. But yeah, Richie and I had talked anyway, and so but thank you for being on the other day. I appreciate that when I couldn't be. So
yeah, definitely. That was brilliant, Manny. We'll have you back soon. Definitely.
Okay.
Where's Nia? He's getting earphones, isn't
he? Okay, sorry. No earphones. But
okay.
Yeah,
we're good.
Okay.
No worries. It's all right. We can hear you.
Yeah, I don't hear the echo right now, so I think we're good.
I'm gonna turn your mic up.
What the fuck?
That might work. That might help. There we go. So anyway, yeah, how's your day been, Nia? Oh, he's frozen now.
See you later, Mighty. Yeah,
See you later, Mighty.
I was going to ask.
Take it easy, mate.
I was going to ask Nia as well how it is being closer to the equator. With the spin and stuff. Must be quite stressful down there because we're further away up here in England, so we don't get the spin of the Earth as badly. But it must be pretty bad down in Israel where they're closer to the equator.
There's some decent earthquakes in that area, I think. Oh, we lost him.
Technical issues, that's for sure.
Lost him.
Where's President Nixon when you need a phone call to the moon, huh?
Yeah. There we go. Like I was saying, in
1969.
Okay, Nia, can't you get a shuttle out to Mars? It'd be all right. We'll be able to speak to you if you're on Mars.
We could use one of those reflectors they have parked on the site on the moon, can't we?
Yeah, just remote view there.
That'd be cool.
So government up and arrange some remote viewing, and and then you broadcast from Mars.
Play golf.
Well, listen, Sven, mate, we don't want to keep you. If you've got stuff you need to get on with, it's been an absolute pleasure, mate, having you on, and we'll have to do it again. Definitely, we'll try and sort something out with Cam and maybe Kelly as well. And
I'd love that. I'd love to do a show with them, and I don't have the means at the moment, because if I could set myself up, I would try and get people on to me, and we'd do it from my end. But I would love to sort something out and do that with Cam and Kelly and stuff, and you guys, because I love it. It's a great company. I've enjoyed every minute. Now that Nia's here, I'm going to have to bugger off. No, not personal, Nia.
We'll definitely sort out some round table stuff, basically. We'll get you in on some table discussions.
Yeah, it would be cool, man.
Yeah,
I'm slightly opinionated, but I mean, hey, hello.
Aren't we all? Hi, my name's Richie. Have we met before? Nia, just before we go, Sven had a question for you, I think.
Yes, Sven, how are you, dear?
Yeah, man, I'm good. How are you? You right?
Yeah, pretty good. It's like Sunday over here.
I was just going to ask you, because I need to dash off in a minute, and I was just going to ask you, are you going to be around later in the week? We could maybe communicate and maybe put something out or something.
Yeah, sure. Whatever. Yes. I'm like on vacation time from broadcasting, and I'm willing and ready for any kind of good projects.
It's going to be
Beautiful.
Near's going to be taking part when we do our. So we'll do a live stream during the day and then catch up with you guys on the tour. And Near's going to take part in that, and he's going to put it on. You know, we're gonna do what we can basically to get it as far and wide
Brilliant.
as we can.
I really appreciate it. So thank you to all of you. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time. Thank you for having me. It's been great fun. I loved it.
Sven,
Thank you.
I'll pass your phone number on to Near if he doesn't have it. I'll
Please
give
do.
him your phone number.
We're good. And Sven,
But we're in
good
touch
job with,
anyway.
Oh, right, there you go.
the new shows that you're having, with the history shows that you're following them. It's recommending for everyone to follow Sven for his shows on ancient history, or how do you call it?
I will post
Hidden
his
history.
channel here.
His channel.
My
Okay.
channel?
I'll
Oh, I'm
post your
trying to.
Yeah.
post, Ben. I've already posted it once, but I'm going to post it again right now.
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you. I'm not here to plug it, but thank you very much.
No problem. I'm
All
trying
right.
to be crowd control today.
Dude, you should definitely plug it while you're here. It's one of the reasons to have you on is for you to plug it. So,
Well, pluggity plug. Thank you very
got
much, guys.
We got
Thanks
you.
very much for having me. Speak to you all soon, yeah? Take care.
thank you very much, Sven. It's been a pleasure, mate.
Thanks,
Speak
Sven.
to you soon.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
All right,
Bye.
dude. Mr.
So,
Near.
yeah. How are you, dude?
All right, how are you?
Finally.
I don't think you've had I don't think you've done a live stream with Sarah, have you?
We briefly,
met Sarah?
Briefly, I think.
I think we briefly, and then I think we lost connection or we had some kind of issue, and we never got to kind of. So yeah, this is great.
Good.
Nice to
Cool.
meet you again.
Yeah, sure. So now it's like Sunday, and you're like a day off and something like that, right? Here, like on Israel, we are the first day of the week. Like it's the
It's
day,
Monday.
the day that everybody hates. Yeah, it's like the Monday
It's
of
your Monday.
your time. Yeah, yeah, but my weekend was fun. I went to a party on the Sea of Galilee in the Kinneret in Israel. It was really, really cool. And yeah, I wanted to talk to you, Richie, about a woman that contacted me here in Israel, and she got to me through like another truther over here, and she started to give me details about a new online game that she kind of like invented, and which is it's very interesting. It's kind of like a game that goes on the platforms of Facebook groups. Okay, and it's a truthers game. It's a game that comes to acknowledge people about the truth and about all kinds of like secrets and lies in our words and the context that we are usually dealing with, and she's like presented to me this game. It's like now on the it's almost completed, like with the content and everything, and she's gonna launch it soon. And when I told her that I'm like contacting people overseas, so she told me that it's a game that is very she wants to publish it like for abroad and to make it like a worldwide thing. Now it goes like the concept is kind of like in escape rooms, okay, of virtual escape rooms, and she's kind of like in each room, which is each room is kind of like a group, a Facebook group. So in each room, they are presenting questions, and the people kind of like the game is kind of like to try to answer these questions. But the way that you answer these questions is by you answer the question that you know, but you have to attach also a link that supports your claim. Okay, for that for the answer that you gave. Now, the good thing with the potential thing about it is that for me, for instance, if I want to answer one kind of like a question over there, so I'm answering the question, and then I can attach a link which is for instance, for my shows. Okay, that I support, that I made this claim on my shows. And this could be like a good platform to promote all the content creators, okay? Meaning that, and those kind of like questions and the things that are presented over there are being shared over and over and over again in the online. So so it create a lot of traffic of like the content. So I think it will be a good thing to that the content creators will be involved with that, and will be through that will be able to promote their channels and everything. And besides that, it helps to create a kind of like a common consciousness, okay? A common consciousness of awake people, which are I don't know, to deliver them like the information, or make like that everybody will get to the same point regarding their I don't know, pretty much consciousness and level of knowledge. And I think that like a few months ago, you kind of like told me about an idea of yours, Richie, that sounded pretty much the same, about like a group that doing things like with this common goal. Am I right? I remember like a few weeks ago, something like that, you told me like, yeah, you were like, we want to create some kind of like a group to unite, all the different parts and whatever.
I think I was telling you about the premise behind and the mission statement, mission goal of the Magic Treehouse.
Yeah, something like that.
And and the retreat center and everything. What we want that to become. And we're looking at education and like, Cam and Kelly are looking at starting up schools and stuff in Australia, and to give people a real education instead of indoctrination. But I mean, that sounds like a really good idea. Obviously, like for myself, it wouldn't be a game that I would actually play, because I don't go on Facebook. I'm just absolutely not interested in Facebook at all.
Right? It doesn't have to.
But there are loads of people that still are. So it's not. I'm not saying that it's that Facebook's just. It's just I don't play. I'm not going on Facebook. But there's plenty of people that will and do. And also Facebook games. I remember I used to play Facebook games quite a lot.
I did too.
There were some really good ones. Right. My favorite was obviously Texas Hold'em Poker. That was my favorite. But I wonder if we could do a Texas Hold'em poker game, design a Texas Hold'em poker game that drops truth nuggets.
Well, I was just going to say that's a great idea, because if it's kind of like a trivia game, but it's dropping it's factual information these people can look up if it's not even backed up on the card. I don't know exactly how the game is, or the screenshot or whatever, but the fact that then it also links, like you're saying, to the content to get people to look further. Because as soon as they hear something really fascinating, and it's that moment that you go, oh, these people actually know what they're talking about. They're actually doing the research, and you can take it legitimately. So I think it's a really good idea.
Yeah, I think that the thing that I loved about it is that it validates the internet as a good source of information. Meaning that if like the sheeple are telling you, oh, if it's like on the internet, so it must be fake news and it's not serious. What is serious is like over there in the mainstream television. This is like serious people that know the news. Now, with this kind of game, you kind of like validates the internet as a good source of information, which is the common ground that we are living in. Okay, in the internet with what we have, because we don't have the aims of the mainstream media. Now, so I think that in the consciousness level, it's kind of like brings up the online traffic as a more truthful content that people can address to.
Yeah. I mean, the fact is, so all right, we're using an internet that's been changed. It's not the same internet that we were using in 2005. Like in 2005, we were using HTTP. Now we're using HTTPS. So they've obviously changed it, cloned it, simulated it somehow. And so we're still not getting all of the information. But if you're going to get information from anywhere and you don't have a library on your doorstep, and I'm not even sure I trust libraries anymore, the only place you can go is the internet.
And I mean, some of the stuff that you're finding is actually things that can be backed up because it's being pulled out of books or it's being pulled out of old research journals. So it's not just BS. I mean, there is actually, that's what I mean about always, this is why I watch or read into things that, you know, we might just want to dismiss right away, because there are these truth drops, and then you can, so the information you guys have found, it's like, oh, wait a second, I can actually correlate that right back to what I read here. And this is where we make these correlations and wake people up.
Because you're building your informational field. This is like it's reference to Jason Brashears. You're building that informational field, and so as you're bringing more information in, it correlates with other stuff, and that builds. You know, it's that's why we should all be autodidactic. Shout out, Cam.
Rich, I have an update report to give you. Remember, like about a couple of weeks ago, I told you about the homework that I did and the conversation that I had with the teacher, with my son at the school thing. So I have an update about it. I will fix myself something to drink, and I'll come back and give you the report.
Okay. All right, mate.
Thank you.
Cheers, dude. And I think after that, once Nia has given us an update, we should probably wrap up.
Yeah.
Because we've been going for 3.5 hours now.
Yeah, I was just thinking that we'll try to cap it at 4 hours, but
I'm thinking by the time Nia gets back and finished talking, it's probably going to be 4 hours. So
exactly.
Yeah.
And I was going to say that on Manny's advice, actually, we were going to try to make some more time at the end too. We'll try to keep doing this just to connect with you guys in the chat more, because sometimes we get so wrapped up in our conversation.
And also there's another thing
on today. So
there's another thing that we were going to do today that we haven't done, that we're always going to do and we never do.
We're going to do it. It takes 5 minutes. Okay. I'm going to cue it up.
I'm going to have to go to the toilet before that happens.
Fine.
So
cue it up. So get ready.
Go ahead, Nia. Give us the update, dude.
Okay. You know what? I'm sending you now like a short clip. It's about a minute to the Skype. Okay, via Skype, and if you can show it. Second. Why is that same thing?
I don't got nothing yet.
Oh, here. Yeah, just a second. Here. Damn computer crashing. Yeah, here it is. Anyway, so I will begin my story. This is I will give Sarah the updates of like what happened in the previous.
I did actually get to listen.
Yeah.
I did get to listen to that one.
Oh, okay.
And so I'd recommend for the audience to give a little brief summary of it.
Yeah, sure.
For myself.
So the quest started. It's a quest in the star system. This is our kind of like call this journey that I had with my son. He's 10 years old, Zohar, on the 5th grade, and he came to me once to help him with the homework in science class. And although I sat with him on this homework, and what I encountered was it wasn't like surprising, but it was re-surprising every time that you see the amount of lies that they are like teaching them, which are just don't make any logical sense with what they're like presenting them on how space looks like and how the star system are like shaped and what the planets are made of. Now, So I kind of like helped him with his homework and filmed it. And afterwards, I came over to the parents' meeting, and over there in the parents' meeting, I met up with the science teacher, and she was quite nice. Okay, but once I started my flex smacking, I didn't really flex smack there. I kind of like globe denied her or something like that, and no, I star system denied her. Yeah, star system denied her. Anyway, so she didn't give me like any kind of like reasonable answers in the parents meeting, and then I kind of like discovered that I'm trying to find those pictures as well. I kind of like discovered that that my son needs to present and to serve like a project of the model of the heliocentric model, and so he and a couple of friends of him came over to my place, and I told them, and they kind of like asked me to help them with all kinds of like materials and stuff. So I told them, you're not doing this stupid balls presentation. We are doing a flat Earth model and presenting it to the class. And I did it with them. I will try to find the pictures. Yeah. Okay, I will try to find the pictures. That I did like the model. I took like a bowl, okay, a salad bowl, which is like you can see through, and put it on the flat Earth map, and put like little stars and sun and whatever, and moon and stuff. And it went out really nice, I think, in my humble artistic skills. And I think that and they came over there and presented it, the flat Earth model. And before presenting it, so the science teacher told them, "No, you're not presenting this model, because if you do, you will fail."
No.
Yeah, and this was the real tragic ending for this story. And like on Friday, we had like the end of the year party or something like that. So I came over to the school, and what I saw over there. Rich, did you get the video?
The on
Rich?
Skype, I haven't got anything come through on Skype, mate. Oh, there it is. There
No?
it is. There it is. It's just come through.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Hang on.
Okay, so download it and yeah. Anyway, so
Okay.
on Friday we had this end of the year meeting, and I came over to the lobby over there of the school, and they presented the presentation of all the works of the people, you know, of the children that they gave over there at the school, and yeah, I kind of like filmed it for a minute or so and gave it nice songs and all kinds of like fake stars and stuff like that. Anyways, so there it is. This is like the final chapter of this sad journey of schools lying to people, to children, make them indoctrinated, and think that this our great world looks like this.
This is really nice. Can you see that? I mean, it's not. This is how shit Skype is, man. Skype
yeah.
is shit. Bill Gates, Skype is a load of wank, mate. Absolute load of wank. Like it won't even play up. This I'm using an iMac, 24 gig of RAM iMac, and it won't even play this.
Okay, anyways, all kinds of like really stupid balls over there with lack of creativity, and oh, there's even a NASA robot over there or something like that. You see the NASA spaceship? What the fuck?
Right, I'm gonna pause it there, and we'll let it load up. It's got a buffer.
Buffer.
It's got a buffer for fucking. And Arthur FE, the reason you didn't have your wrench was because you're on the new channel, because my old channel got deleted where you had the wrench, and you're on the new channel, and I just hadn't, I wasn't in the chat room, because I have to be in the chat room to be able to give you. I can't do it from StreamYard. I can't give you a wrench from StreamYard. I have to do it actually in the YouTube chat. So
Okay.
you should have it back now.
Anyways, so that was the end of this sad journey. I don't know if my protest made any difference, but I sure do hope that I don't know something will change because in those schools the indoctrination over there it's just it still doesn't play, right?
No, I just stopped it because you were talking. So
Yeah.
all right, well we'll give it a go. Let's see if it'll play. No. Okay.
No, let's go.
Right. What I'll do is I'll download it and I'll play it another time. But yeah. So
what else?
What
are we talking about?
What we want to do before the end of the show, I think, is the Wim Hof breathing exercises to completely change the direction of where we're going. Right, we're going to stop and we're going to do these breathing exercises that basically you will feel a difference at the end of it. It will be positive and it will hopefully energize you for the rest of the day. And you'll leave this stream feeling energized and fantastic and a little bit more in control of what's going on outside of the, in your 3D realm, outside of this internet. Are you finding the video, Sarah? Because what I'm going to do is just go to the toilet quickly because I can't be doing these breathing exercises while I've got a full bladder. So you're just gonna have to bear with me.
Yeah, no, you go to the bathroom and then we'll come back and do it, and I'll explain this a little bit. Nir, have you heard of Wim Hof?
Wim Hof? No, I
didn't. Yeah, his name is they call him the Ice Shaman, and he was featured on the History Channel. He was featured as a superhuman. So they have like a superhuman series. It's sort of like The Joke. They have the Ancient Alien series. So these are their little truth drops. But he is a big pusher on this ice bath method. And it's improving. It's making all this difference. I just saw him do this interview with a gentleman who had stage 3 stage 4 cancer. And he started doing these ice baths and doing all this cold therapy, and that's made a big difference. Now, and breathing techniques. And so one of the big things that Wim Hof talks about in this interview, so he is interviewing with Russell Brand here, but he actually talks about that he's been studied by universities where he purposely injected himself with bacteria and then turned around and did these breathing techniques to cure himself. They did another additional study where they took a group of people and they did the same thing. They injected them, they cured themselves with breathing techniques alone. And now if you go on NIH.gov, type in breathing and CV, and you will find all these articles telling you that that's going to help if you get that issue, or to prevent you from even getting a V to begin with. Mm-hmm. So we're going to do one of the techniques today. I think I've said this is 2 minutes. It actually might be closer to 5 minutes, but it's literally just, he's going to walk you through the rhythm. So, and when my nose I have a deviated septum, if you heard that nice little whistle. But you can breathe through your mouth. You don't have to breathe through your nose, so don't overthink it. And then the other thing is, what was I going to say? Cool.
Yeah, I'm up to it. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, sure.
And I forget, there was something else I was going to say about the benefits, I think, but this is sort of, this is actually really what I want to do. And this is all connected to alternative health. So I want to, shine the light on all that. And that's why we're going to do that today. So I will be curious to see, Nir, how you feel after. So I'll ask you before we officially say goodbye. See how you feel.
Sure. I'm usually like with all this health, alternative health, and all of that. I from time to time I'm treating with I don't know how to call it. Like it's my own method or something like that. But it's kind of like similar to Reiki or it's called EMF. It's kind of like a method that I'm like uh, putting energies into the body of like my patient, and like going through with my hands and through all kinds of like areas of the body, and over there my main philosophy about it is that we all have like our main areas, main organs of the body, which are like physical, but also have a role, a spiritual role. Okay, some kind of like metaphysical role or something like that. Now, every kind of like part of the body is representing something. For instance, the feet are representing the attachment to the ground and like the work and doing. The knees are representing the choices that we have in life or like the future. Of course, the all. Sorry?
I was gonna say, and like how some of these areas can hold old traumas. Like,
stale energy, where they hold bad energy.
Yeah, exactly. And then when you go through like with your hands on those areas, you can feel like with your hands some kind of like a heat or whatever. It's kind of like it's not something that you can really describe with words. It's not that have like certain color or shape or something like that. Yeah. So you kind of like feel that all like areas which are like more warm or whatever, and you can see and you can understand that this person has a problem with this specific, spiritual, not spiritual, like in the character. It goes like with, of course, the whole place of the genitals and all of that are like the place with the energy of sex and creation, and the stomach is the
The sacral chakra.
The chest is like our
the red sacral chakra that they put on the top of the rainbow.
Yeah. Now and my most important thing is that I kind of like seeing this thing that we have in the genitals area, okay, the center of creation and sex of creation. This is like the place that I see some kind of like let's see, the juice of God, okay, the divine juice of us, okay, everything that kind of like we can create with. And our destiny, I think, that in this world, in this realm, is to create, okay, out of this place, and that this thing will get out of our body, okay, both physically and mentally. Meaning that you need to clear off, okay, all the things that kind of like stops you from creating, okay, and goes up your body. You need to clear them off, okay, those things that blocks the thing from coming out, and clear this thing, then it will be able to go outside. Yes, Jerry. Yeah.
Morgan, mate, it's not a meditation. That's the thing. It's not meditation. It's breathing exercises. It's I guess it's similar. It is a form of meditation, but it's not. We're not going to sit here going It's not about that. It's about flooding the oxygen, flooding the body with oxygen, basically.
Sure. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, should we?
How about flow, by the way, because that is really what meditation does too, because it's a frequency shift. It's to get you flowing, to tune you out of the static, get you into the melody. That's what this is about. That's exactly what Reiki, I think, does, Nir. And that is actually, my future goal here is to start practicing and learning Reiki and as one part of it, but I also want to incorporate all this frequency therapy, sound therapy. It's kind of my interest too. Okay, ready? He jumped into it about. I just want to prepare everybody. He's going to briefly explain, but He's going to tell you all, you kind of already said this, but you can breathe out of your nose or out of your mouth. He's going to give us the rhythm. He's going to help you keep it the whole time. So just use him as your gauge. It's very easy. It's literally in, out. And he's just going to show you how long to hold it is sort of the concept. And I'm curious to see how much energy you all have when we're done. All right? Thank you.
How many complications will go away if we only do this? Yeah. Right. Do the end. Mouth, nose, doesn't matter. Whatever you feel. I do like. Okay, with your mind, follow your breath. Go on, go on.
We can't hear it anymore, Sarah. We can't hear it.
Can you hear it now?
We'll do 30.
Yeah.
30 breaths. We almost got 10. Fully in. Relax. Fully in. And you let it. Fully in. Letting go. It's all right. Fully in. Letting go. Here is the meditation. Here's the golden key. Even people meditating for years are not able to go as deep as we will go now. And go. Go with the flow. Like the sea, waves getting to the shore, then letting go. And there it comes again. Fully and letting go. 17. Fully in. Letting go. Fully in. Letting go. Fully in. Letting go. You feel light in your head, loose in your body, tingling. It's all right. Breathe into it. Breathe into it. Intensify. Whatever you feel is different. We are charging up the body. We want to go into the depth. We are charging up the body. Yes. 23. 7 more. Fully in. Let it go. Fully in. Let it go. Fully in. 4. Fully in. 3. Fully in. 2. Fully in. 1. Here comes the last one. Fully in. Let him go. Stop after the exhalation. Just witness. Feel the feeling, the rush. It's your blood in your nervous system. Charges, there's no need for breathing whatsoever. No hypnotizing. Just the magic of the physiology. That way. Now we are, your body, your nervous system is getting into the brain stem. Slowly and surely. Oxygen levels begin to decrease rapidly. Now the brain stem is beginning to answer, hey, there is no oxygen, but you are alkaline. The chemistry is right, so there is no need for breathing. The crocodile doesn't understand. He says, I have to survive. Adrenaline shoots out. You get a reset to your primordial state, where the immune system suddenly is within the reach of the will. And it's happening. All what is not necessary in the body, the wrong cells, cancer cells, half cells, it is being expelled because you need to function. The danger is happening. The body goes into its autonomic nervous system state of being to be the best of yourself. But you're doing it all consciously. You are at ease. This is the way you get into it and take over control in the neurological pathways. And right over there, blood flow is going into the depth, into all the parts of the brain. Any brain scan is able to tell that. So there it is. Okay, breathe in, and breathe in, and hold, and squeeze to your hand. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let it go. That is one round. Now, this is what these people did in the hospital, and then the bacteria had no chance.
You hear that? Bacteria had no chance. I felt it. Did you feel the tingling?
Yeah. So right, I'd like to say, I no, that was a brilliant video. Personally, it's the same breathing exercise, but I actually watched his tutorial to the people rather than teaching that twat Russell Brand.
You see him?
Right? 'Cause he's
He's
a
doing all
prick.
this-
He's a
so-
massive prick. Do you see him doing that? Trying to make it look like he was going into a trance or something? Because he's a twat. He's a massive, massive prick. You are a prick, Russell Brand. You're a fake as well. You're a phony. You're a phony, Russell Brand.
But Wim Hof.
Wim Hof is solid.
And
I did.
That's the point. This is your truth drop. This is somebody who could be doing right. Is supposed to be a truth dropper. Could be doing more, but is giving you good information.
Right. And what I was going to say.
He admits that too.
I did the full thing. I did 3 rounds of it, right? You do that 3 or 4 or 5 times. You can do it as much as you want, really, but 3 times is perfect. I did it 3 times. The first time, I held my breath for about 1.5 minutes, or I didn't hold it. I just didn't need to breathe. The second time, it increased to about 4.5 minutes. And the third time, it was about 7 minutes before I needed to breathe again. I exhaled the air, and then I just didn't breathe in. I didn't breathe in until my body told me, you absolutely have to breathe now. And it was 7 minutes before I needed to take a breath. And that was just from doing that exercise 3 times. And you feel charged and energized. Your skin tingles, your hair, the back of your neck. You know, it's a very empowering feeling. But it's a lot of work. It's a lot of effort. Just doing that. Yeah, all right, that's enough, man. How many times? But you know, it is effort that you put into it, and there is an absolute Eric DeBay is another one who Eric DeBay, but he's another gatekeeper. But yeah,
but
I don't know if he's done breathing exercises.
Can teach us a different method. Manny, you want to lead the next breathing one when you come on next?
I'll tell you what, I'll say this, right? I dug into Eric DeBay, but Eric DeBay woke me up to the shape of the earth. So whether he's a gatekeeper or not, he's still actually sharing some good information. So like I said earlier about chucking the baby out with the bathwater, I'm just going to apologize and say, just ignore what my opinion is of anybody. If I ever give an opinion of somebody, do me a favor, ignore it, because it's only my opinion, and all it is one of my egos mouthing off about him.
Yeah. I get weird.
All it is.
Too. Like, I think it's intuition, but sometimes I have to check that it's my ego and I'm doing a weird little judgy thing. And that's something I'm really working through, catching that, calling myself out on it, and talking it through, finding that empathy. Like, why would that person make that choice? Right? Yeah. Manny and I talk about that all the time. So.
Yeah. So Manny, I'll just apologise again. I know that's not your point, and that was me mouthing off. Stop it!
You're doing
I would like
excellent.
to give my impressions, if possible.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yes, I liked it. Yeah, I liked it. It was pretty nice and calming, and I'm doing all kinds of like other meditations with that involves, you know, concentrating on the breathing, which are like more in motion and things like that. If you know the Kundalini meditation of like where you shake your body and things like that, you got it, ran into it. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So yeah, I liked it. It gave me to the one consciousness that laid into me is that it's just a really simple one. The importance of air. Okay. The importance of air. Okay. This is kind of like, it's very simple, but and I thought that for like the last 2.5 years, are like so amazed. Okay. So amazed of the people who are like going with the mask all the time and kind of like they're all right with that, with not having air. And I'm just like I'm wondering if that simple thing, like how does that make sense that you are like telling me to avoid air in order to keep my health, right? It doesn't work out, right?
And guess what I used to do for a living? I used to fit people with masks, but it was because they were getting concentrated air pressure with specialized ports so the CO2 could exhale right at the nose. I was one of the first people to speak out that this is not, these people are retaining CO2. CO2 retention causes oxygen deficiency, causes shallowed breathing, shortened breathing, turns into sleep time breathing issues, turns into heart arrhythmia problems in your whole system.
And also, can it cause fluid on the lungs as well?
And fluid in the body. It causes edema.
Yeah.
And there's people who with disease that have CO2 retention issues, and we have to put them on special machines to force their body to reassess things, get them to actually take the right breath when they're supposed to. Otherwise, we'll watch them hold their breath. What was the longest I've seen? Well, I have to go in there at 120 seconds. I have to go and wake the patient up. But we've seen some really long people holding their breath for really, really long time. So anyway, there you go.
And also breathing is something that doesn't matter what they do. There's nobody, unless they come and physically do it, really, you know, most people, it's one thing that they have complete control over. And
the ventilators, guys, I got to be careful in here, but like they're harmful. If you get on one, they end up changing how you breathe. I've talked about this because when the non-invasive ones have been out a lot longer than the invasive. So that's if somebody has a trach and they get a air pump, that's been out a lot longer than the non-invasive. I'm specialized trained on the non-invasive. But the biggest thing I found out was that there's a huge difference between a neurologist and a pulmonologist, because a pulmonologist is super focused on the oxygen. They're not teaching these doctors to connect the freaking dots. So you have these two different types of sleep certified, and I worked for both. And they're both looking at things differently instead of looking at it together, because more or less what I'm getting at is the ventilators, they're like focused on just getting the oxygen up instead of seeing actually how much it's disrupting the entire body and not allowing the person to rest. So they do this thing, it's called pressure spread. So there's a IPAP and an EPAP, and that's an inhalation exhalation thing, right? And they spread them out to try to get them to take deeper breaths to get the oxygen to come up. That's the concept. Well, the problem is that there's an obstruction that's causing the issue. And instead of giving them support, they just keep doing this to the lungs. And you end up seeing the patient go backwards. And there's this whole CO2 retention issue, and then it affects everything. And so they literally told us when these things came out, they go, set it and forget it. And as we started doing sleep studies, we started realizing you can absolutely not do that. So this is just a little heads up on, okay. Sorry, I had to had to get on my soapbox really quick because this is stuff that I work with, and it's why I'm changing, my whole deal on the world.
So like I said, like if there's nothing else in your life that you can control, then you can sit there and just control your breathing. If everything else in your life is chaotic and uncontrollable, you can sit down and take control of your breathing and say, I'm going to breathe in through my nose and out through my mouth, and in through my nose and out through my mouth, and in through my nose and out through my mouth, and just focus on nothing else but that. And you'll find a peaceful, calm serenity in amongst all that chaos, because there is something in your life that you can take control of, and it's fundamental to your existence. You're muted.
Well said, Richie. Well said.
So, ladies and gents, it's 4 hours and 42 seconds. I think we should wrap it up.
Yeah.
You missed it, Morgan. You missed it, man. It wasn't a meditation. It was just you missed it, dude. It would have been awesome had you taken part. It would have exploded your mind, man. I'm kidding. But you should try these Wim Hof. Just check out, and also Wim Hof has got an application on Android and iOS, and you don't have to pay for it. You can pay for it, you can subscribe, but you don't have to, and it gives you basic breathing exercises to do every day that will help with your well-being and your energy levels and detoxifying, antibacterial kind of exercises, all to do with oxygen. So make sure you check them out. I think
I'm trying to exchange my my drag habits with this breathing. It's I think it will be worthwhile.
Say that again.
I will try to replace my drag habits with those breathings. Maybe it will. I'll give it a try.
I'm working on it too, man. And it's just beat yourself up. And if you don't, it's like Campbell was talking about this. He was meditating every day for how long? For 4
years.
3 hours.
Yeah. In the morning before he went to work. Yeah.
We're all like, wow, like that's such dedication. How do you find that time, right? But then he admitted, I haven't done it for 6 months now. So you can't beat yourself up. Alter your routine. Do whatever and just fit it in when you can. I am trying to do it first thing when I get up, but like this morning, I had to jump on here. I had to get my coffee because that's how I thrive through this. But no, I'm just teasing. That's
and also like those breathing exercises, that's something that you can do. You don't need you need to be comfortable, but you don't need to be laid down. You can be sat there. You can sit there in your chair at work and do those breathing exercises. And it's not like meditate. You don't have to, relight incense and put some music on and and have the tones playing.
Be all new age and shit.
And all of that crap. You don't need to do that. Literally, actually, all you have to do is sit there and fill your lungs and then exhale, fill your lungs, exhale, fill your lungs, exhale, and do it like 20 times or something. And, just follow his instructions. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's very energizing. And that would be a good thing to start the day with. If you wake up in the morning and you do those exercises, you imagine how much energy you'd have for the rest of the day. Because he says that in that moment, you actually infuse your body with enough oxygen to do that. You're giving your body an overload of oxygen to deal with shit.
Exactly.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you to my beautiful co-host Sarah, and thank you to our guest Nia, and thank you to our guests before, to Dave and to Sven. And to everybody in the chat room who's still here. 4 people left.
They're gonna do that
4 people left, man.
We love you all.
Hey, the way I see it is it's their loss, man. It's their loss. Drop out before the end.
It's not the loss,
We will be back.
4 people. It's the rest of us.
Yeah.
But we will be back.
I think your rating dropped since I got into this podcast. But
it's since we did the breathing exercises. It's just everybody went, oh fuck that. Fuck that. That's too much. I'm not doing that fucking meditation shit. Fuck that. Oh, it's stuff to do. I would have gone.
I'll
Anyway,
look to another channel. I will see something else on Facebook.
I don't want to chill out. I want to have an argument. No. But yeah, we will be back. We'll be back next weekend, either on Saturday or Sunday. One or other of the days we'll be back for the Saturday or Sunday show. We'll be back during the week, more than likely. We'll be back with Real Relevant Radio. We're streaming on Odysee. We're going to stream on Odysee when we want to talk about stuff that we can't really talk about on YouTube, because we've got that still. So yeah, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you to the chat room. Massive blanket shouts out to everybody, because it's just going through the chat, man. Do you want to go through the chat, Sarah?
I mean, I have time, but I have to do something real quick. But
I'm also let's close it.
We've only got 5 people left. Manny, Morgan, Arthur Effie, Reverend Hull.
We'll make some time. And we'll have more. There's some people too that there's probably some more people that want to talk to other round tables too. So cool. Thanks, Mir. I appreciate it.
Is it your moral conscious, or like it's just you don't have nothing to do after the podcast that you like to continue it on?
No, dude, it's like I've been going for 4 hours, and I'd really like to just lay down and listen to some South Park and switch off. Basically.
Okay.
4 hours, man. You've only just joined us for the last half an hour, so yeah. We're done, bro.
All right.
We'll have you. Oh, that was loud. We'll have you on another time, and have you come on.
Yeah. And we've got the tour. We've got the tour coming up, and we got loads of stuff. So
yeah.
My end greetings for over here. Shavua Tov. Shavua Tov in Hebrew. Shavua is a week. Okay, Shavua is a week. Tov is good. Shavua Tov, good week.
Good week.
This is what we say. This is what we say on Sunday. Okay, like
Shavua Tov. Because
Tov.
on Saturday you say Shabbat Shalom. On Friday after 6 p.m. you say Shabbat Shalom until 6 p.m. on Saturday, and then it's just Shalom. It's just Shalom after 6 p.m.
No. On Saturday after 6 p.m. it's Shavua Tov. It's already said Shavua Tov.
Oh, Shabbat Tov. Yeah, Shabbat Tov.
Shabbat Tov, and on Sunday as well, until Sunday at evening time, because
and then it's Shalom.
Then it's Shalom. Yeah, it's Shalom.
And then it's Shalom.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. I got some learning to do. We'll do some education.
Yeah. Bye, people.
Cheerio. Thank you very much. Shabbat Shalom. Yeah, whatever you said. Right. what he said. So thank you very much, Sarah.
Thank you, Richie.
Thank you very much, chat room. It's been a pleasure, and we'll be back. We'll be back when we're back, innit? We'll be back next weekend for certain.
We'll be back.
But we'll be back before then with other stuff.
We'll have another round table too, so please come.
Keep your eyes peeled, and and don't forget PayPal link at the on my channel. If anybody
we didn't get to talk about that, so we'll have to maybe we'll go live later this week too, actually.
Yeah,
that sounds like a good idea. Do a touch base. Okay,
all right, guys, thank you very much. We'll play you out with this one.